Hello,
Recording
all.
in progress.
Hello, all. I'd like to welcome you to this meeting of your Marina City Council of Tuesday, October 17th. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Vischer here. Councilmember McCarthy
Here.
Councilmember Biala
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay. With that, we're going to open up the meeting to public comment before we go into closed session. Do we have anybody from the audience? Is there anyone online? You have up to 3 minutes to speak on a topic. Okay. I was told that we would. So I'm just going to give him a few, maybe another minute more. If that's okay. There we go. Welcome. This is public comment of Marina City Council before we go into closed session.
Right, that's what I'm rolling.
You're on time.
Oh, I am.
Yes.
Is it for the closed session item?
Yes. Yes, you wanted to comment on something from in the closed session item. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So this would be appropriate. Welcome. You can come up to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes to state your name.
Could I just wait? Because I'm here with some of the drivers from Los Animas. I'm the Teamster union representative. And they're really the one, can I just wait outside and wait for them to come and then we'll just come in as a group? It's not a huge group, I promise. We're here to be friendly.
Okay, and you wanted to speak on the closed session item relating to Los Animas concrete. Is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
I'd be willing to give them a little bit of maybe a couple minutes.
Mayor
Pro
Tem. We're not here till 5:30, so.
Oh, 5:30.
Could you give me till 5:15 and I'll get on the phone?
Let me see what we can do about that.
My understanding is that some of the speakers were planning to come to the general public comment at 6:30. So typically you would have it now, but if it's the pleasure of the council, you could always agree to accept the public comment under general public comment at 6:30 if that was the intention of the group.
What was the intention of the group? Did you want to comment on something before we made a decision?
Well, I talked to the mayor earlier today, and I don't know her, but I called her and she suggested I could come before.
Right, you spoke with
closed
me.
session.
Would you like to come to the
Just so we.
just one
record
second,
what she-
so we can record what you're saying? Just one,
Oh, yeah.
please.
If I can just make a comment, Mayor Pro Tem, I would suggest if the attorney agrees, if it's related to price and terms, now might be a good time, but if it's related to the use in general public comment might be okay as well.
I can say what I want to say in about 1 minute. How's that? And then then the rest of the group, maybe we just wait till the 6:30 period. How's that? We'll just have to kind of hang out. Maybe we'll go get a cup of coffee or something.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my name is Kim Keller. I'm the business agent for the employees who work at Los Animas. I'm from Teamsters Local 890. And we've represented those drivers for quite a while. They drive those big trucks with the turning cement thingies on the back. And at any rate, what I wanted to say is that Los Animas is a very, very good employer. And I represent like 17 different Teamster locations all around the county. And that is the only employer I would come up and say that to a group of officials about. So it's saying a lot. They have very, very good wages. They have a very good pension. They have really good health insurance. They have a 401k. I don't think I've ever had one grievance there because we just resolve things. So from that, I know you have your own issues with them, but I just want you to know as an employer, they've been just stellar. And you know what we'd like to see, and you'll hear from some of the drivers later, is that we're very, very concerned because these are good jobs. They're going to be, the union will help them try to find other work. if this can't be resolved. But we would ask for time. It's going to take time for those employees to find good jobs. Bad jobs are easy to find. Good jobs are hard to find. And there's just so many, cement mixer jobs available, right? And this is a big hunk of them in the county. So they're, in some cases, they're talking about having to leave the area in order to find equivalent work. And so it's just going to take time. So we would ask, and I don't know how much time you can give, but we would ask for a year. I know that sounds like a lot, but when you think about trying to, families moving and trying to have like a smooth transition in their lives, that's, I think, not an unfair request. And that some of the employees, many of them have worked for Los Animas for many, many, many years. So these are long-term folks who have relied on Los Animas for their livelihood. So that's what I wanted to say. You'll hear from some of the drivers themselves. And we also have a representative, I don't know if he'll be able to stay, but from the Monterey County Monterey Central Labor Council, from the AFL-CIO Federation here in Monterey County. He'll be, I talked to Cesar, of course, he's very supportive, and they would request the same thing. They stand with us and would request that every effort be made to have this transition be as compassionate as possible for these workers. So that's what we had to say.
Thank you very much for your time and
Okay.
coming here.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Do I see any other hands in the virtual world? Nope. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close this discussion for now. I'm sorry. We're going to go into closed session and we will reconvene at 6:30 right here. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome you all to this meeting of the Marina City Council of October 17th. We just came back from closed session. So do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, the council met tonight in closed session on 2 items. Both were real property negotiations. The first regarding Los Animas Concrete at 499 9th Street, the second with Desert Star Systems on Imgen Road. As to both items, direction was provided to staff, but there was no reportable action taken.
Thank you, City Attorney Heidi Quinn. Next up, we're going to go ahead and have a moment of silence. And I do have a volunteer to say the pledge. So why don't we go ahead and stand? And then my volunteer, you can tell me your name again and we could do the pledge. Scott? Scott Branch. Okay, so let's have a moment of silence. And Mr. Branch, you could go ahead to the microphone right there, turn it on and lead us in the pledge, please. It's an honor to have you here with us. So go ahead,
All right,
push the
thank you.
button. Or is it pushed? Okay.
Yes. You ready? I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Branch.
Thank you.
We appreciate you all being here. Thank you. You'll have a moment to speak shortly. But first up, we're going to hear from a special presentation from our Fire Chief, Doug McCown.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much. I am having Matt's can help pull it up on the display for me. Tonight, I just want to have a quick note to all the folks out in the city of Marina that we're partnering with the Red Cross for smoke detectors. Smoke detectors save lives and they're really critical to be put in people's homes. And we want to see as many smoke detectors homes that need to be put in. And so they'll have them in all the living areas and bedrooms and everything else. If on our website, we have it in Spanish and we also have it in English. And if they call the number to the Red Cross, we're going to be out canvassing a certain area in the Liberty Court area later this month. We'll be assisting Red Cross install them. And for other folks who don't actually live in that area, we'll go out to your house. They'll make an appointment and a Red Cross volunteer or maybe the fire department will accompany them to your house to put in a smoke detector. So please look at our website. You'll see the Red Cross. You see it in both Spanish and in English for folks. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Is there any questions for him? Okay. Next, I've got council and staff announcements. Does anybody here have any announcements to make? Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I know sometimes we do these at the end of the meeting, but I'll get mine out of the way quickly. I just want to share that I attended the fire open house this week. Was incredible event. Kind of goes in line with what Chief McCone was just talking about, but kudos to the city for putting that together. And I had a blast and I think a lot of other people did as well. The other comment I just want to make is I attended the AMBAG meeting last week and a really, really interesting statistic. We're doing our regional growth forecast. So AMBAG does 2 main things, the RENA numbers and what's called a regional growth forecast. And And the forecast as is right now is only anticipating a like 2 to 3% population growth over the next 20 years. So from now till like in the region 2045 or whatever it is, they're only expecting a 2% population. I find that hard to believe. I know that's not going to be the case in Marina, but I wanted to share that with the council. If you want more information, the report is on the AMBAG website. Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you also attend a League of Cities event?
I did. That was the annual conference was some time ago. And I think I reported on that
Okay.
already. So
Thank you for that activity. I have to report a Lead Me Home Summit is happening tomorrow in Salinas. This is about homelessness. It's a regional look at what's being done. I will be attending. Councilmember next Thursday. I thought it's tomorrow. No,
it's just
it's a week from now. 2 days from now. Okay, I'm so sorry.
19th.
The 19th. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thursday. So I'll be attending Councilmember McCarthy and Councilmember Vischer. And this is especially important as we've had some homeless conversations that we've not been part of, but we're looking forward to being at the table. The other thing I was going to point out is this was in some of your boxes. If anybody would like to see this, there's a new branding for C Monterey, and this is the Convention and Tourism Bureau. And Marina is noted in here and also in some new campaigns. So that's quite exciting for us. Let me see if there's anything else. There's always something going on, but that's all I have. Brian McMinn, staff, you are the Public Works Director, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we have a lot of people here. Did you
Yes.
have something?
Yeah,
I'm
I
so
think-
sorry.
Okay.
think we both did.
I will wait.
Just 1 second. Go ahead. I'm so sorry about that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would just like to talk about the awesome sister city reception that we had here. We had the joint, before the joint meeting with the Planning Commission and Council last Thursday, and then also a potluck dinner on Friday night. And Councilmember Biala arranged all this, and she can tell us more about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Biala, thank you for all your work. Go ahead and tell us
Thank
about it,
you.
please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So let's see. So we had a whirlwind. The Korean delegation from the city of Namwon was here from October 12th to the 15th. And as Councilwoman Vischer just said, we had 2 set receptions, but we took them so many places to say we're really proud of our city. We took them to the organic strawberry farms, the Joby Aviation at our airport. We took them on the handcar ride. We went to the aquarium. We took them to our Martin Luther King Jr. statue and the pump track and our Oak Woodland and the future site of our Asian American garden. And then we also had the launch at the same time of another sister city, Izunokuni, and that was on Friday. They are doing a Zoom student exchange program. So they started their first of 3 during the academic year, and there were 6 Japanese students and 6 American students from Marina High, and they had a joint meeting and were getting to know each other. It was really exciting. So thank you, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. We should all owe you a debt of gratitude for making the sister city arrangement work out, considering we are the home of many Koreans and Korean Americans. So we're happy to have that connection. Do I have any other comments? Oh, I'm so sorry. From the staff or council? I'll let you know. It'll be the next one up, okay? Thank you. We have Brian McMinn, our Public Works Director.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, I'm Brian McMinn, Public Works Director. Just wanted the public to know that the city is looking for input on our downtown streetscape and landscaping, specifically on Del Monte Boulevard and Reservation Road. Looking to make improvements to our downtown and make it more inviting to pedestrians, bicycles, and business activities in our downtown area. We had people out getting input from the public at the farmers market this last Sunday, and we're going to be here tomorrow afternoon, starting at 3 p.m. Until tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. We'll have the landscape architects and traffic engineers and staff here to present information and answer questions from the public and more importantly, get input from the public that will inform the city and what the public would like to see in our downtown. So we encourage people to come out and participate tomorrow afternoon here at the City Council chambers, starting at 3 p.m.
I just want to add on a little bit more to that. That this really is significant for Marina. I think for 15, 20 years, we've been working on a downtown vitalization plan that's talked about the streetscape of Del Monte and Reservation. We've talked about narrowing it down from 2 lanes each way to 1 lane each way. And that's part of this whole design plan. And it really will fundamentally change how the streets interact with our businesses and the living communities and the apartments. And it really is an important meeting. So I encourage everyone really to come because it is a significant change that we're looking at for Del Monte and Reservation.
Thank you, City Manager. This is our City Manager, Lane Long. Before I open it back, go to public comment, I did have a question about our below market rate lottery. Can somebody just give us a quick little update of how many people were selected? How did that go? We have a program where we were making homes available, deed restricted homes for what we call the missing middle, and that is people who make between $120,000 to $222,000, something like that. So sorry, just a little background for everyone.
Thank you, Matt Mogensen, Assistant City Manager. And I don't have those numbers exactly in my head, but the percentages I can tell you. So for the bridge homes, which is I think what we're considering more the missing middle, those were for people who are up to 200% of AMI and 100% of AMI for a family of 4.
Can you tell us what AMI is, please? Thank you.
Area median income. So that cap this year, because it changes every year, was a little over $200,000. So if you had a family of 4, if you made $200,000, you would qualify for those bridge limited homes. For the workforce, it was 150% of the area median income, and for moderate, it's 120% of the area median income. But we did conduct a lottery last night, so we had a total of 732 applications, unique applications. There were some duplicates, but the unique applications. And of those, 144 people didn't have any preference points tied to Marina, meaning they didn't live or work in Marina, but 632 did. So the 632 people were in one lottery, and then the other people were in a different lottery. So everybody who was in that lottery should have received a unique ID number, first of all, at the end of the week last week. And the lists are now posted on the website. So when you go on our website, you can go to the city's BMR page, and then make sure you look under the lottery rank order list. And on that list, then you can find your number, and you'll be able to see where your rank order is as a result of that lottery. So there's.
And how many homes did we have available?
So the immediate release is 5 homes. So they're already working on selling those homes today. The lender's already working with those people, going down the list of the first until they get to 5, they qualify and that are ready to move forward. There's going to be another before the end of the year. There'll be another group of probably more like 10, and then followed shortly after that by another group. And so it's going to continue on. There's a total of 210 homes that's going to be sold over a 2.5 to 3 year process.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we're going to go ahead and go to public comment. Oh, I do have to make a comment about a change up in the agenda before I go there. Is that correct? Yes. On our consent agenda, item 10G1, there are 2 contracts that are not quite ready for prime time. So those with the Marina Police Officers Association and the unrepresented and confidential employees, those contracts will not be part of this, the approval of the agreements this evening. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and welcome you to speak about anything that is not on the agenda. You have, you can come up to the microphone here. We'll start with the people that are here. And please, if you'd like to state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes. So.
My name is Keller. I wanted to introduce,
Oh, I'm sorry. It's also for items on the consent agenda. Sorry about that. So go for it. Sorry to interrupt.
no problem. My name on, I'm a business agent for local organizing. And they have quite a few bus autonomous drivers. And two of them, and I already spoke on that.
To speak to you today on behalf of all the drivers at Las Animas. So I'm going to introduce first our shop steward, Juventino Perez. And then following him will be Jeff D, both drivers representing the other drivers who are here today.
Welcome, Mr.
Yes.
Pettis.
Pettis.
Pettis. Thank you. You have.
First of all, good evening. I'm Juventino Pettis, as we all heard. I'm here today on behalf of Las Animas to plead with you to keep Las Animas open. Closing Las Animas will not only affect myself and peers, as you see us all here tonight, but will also affect the local community as well and provide an adequate service. We provide service for all surrounding areas from Gilroy to Big Sur and all in between. Serving Conco, Sanko, Shell Homes, Granite Construction, Tykert, and Joby, as well as their local smaller contractors. Las Animas has poured most, if not all, of the new homes along Imgen Road and homes on East Garrison. Las Animas will roughly pay $840,000 in sales tax alone this year. That's an average of $70,000 per month in tax. Las Animas is not just an employer. I've been there for a little over 5 years, but I've learned to call them family. I mean, job's supposed to be fun, and I see that with them. And I'm thankful for that. If you shut us down, you don't just hurt us, but you will cause a domino effect and end up hurting the community. So please find a reasonable solution to further the future of Las Animas for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perez, Mr. Pettis. This was a subject of a closed session, so we cannot respond, but we are listening.
Thank you.
Just go ahead and turn the light on and welcome. You've got up to 3 minutes.
Oh, turn the line on?
Just make
Okay.
sure it's on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff D, and I'm also a employee with Las Animas. And I've worked for some of the bigger corporations, Safeway, Granite Rock, and a non-union one I don't want to mention, but this company gives us so much more. It's a mom and pop operation. The boys, the sons, they do their part. The wife and the daughter work in the offices. It's the last of the mom and pop operations. And, you know, everybody's happy here. And we do provide a lot of good service and quality product to the homes and businesses around here. So I would appreciate a deeper consideration and just hoping we can work something out, because it is a really good corporation. They don't even have to be union, and he is. It's a good living wage for all of us. And throwing us out like that would be hard on us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. D.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Francisco Rodriguez. I'm Secretary Treasurer with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. We are a organization that has about 80 affiliates, 36,000 members across the Monterey Bay, from Santa Cruz to all of Monterey County. And we're here to support our fellow workers. As you heard, there are a lot of good that comes out of this company. They are happy here. They are contributing to the local economy, as is the company. And we encourage you to continue to work and try to, have them here for as long as possible. So thank you for your time, and hope that you can work something out. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Sure, approach the podium and you have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Anthony Sicairos. the president of the company for Concrete Transport, which is also like Las Animas, a mom and pop shop where we transport the bulk cement from the quarries over to Las Animas so they can pour and make it into concrete. And we have been roughing it, as in starting off from nothing to now having about 7 trucks, all thanks to Las Animas giving us the opportunity to provide the bulk cement to them. So not like this fine gentleman said, you'll not only cause a domino effect, which will affect not only them, but in turn affect ourselves as well and all of our family, all of our drivers' families' lives. So I plead for you to please give us an opportunity to remain open and keep serving this community around here in Marina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Siqueiros, for all that you do and all that you've contributed, you, your family, to our economy. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? That we could. Appreciate you being here. It's probably a first time for many of you, so thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and go out to the public now. I see at least one hand raised. We have 6 attendees here, and I see Michelle Bacon. Michelle, welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I wanted to bring up this evening the situation out at the Marina Equestrian Center and the condition of the horses. I know that this matter was it was discussed in depth about the reputation and the history of the company before voting them in. And it was decided by one swing vote to go ahead and let them enter into Marina. As the current conditions show, the horses by pictures have been shown to be extremely malnourished. They're being fed moldy hay, and the conditions are not optimal. I understand that the SPCA has been called out, but based upon some very concerning employee statements, I don't believe, and this can be brought up in the next city council meeting, that those reports were probably not based upon actual conditions. So this is something that will be explained further. But there is currently testimony from multiple employees and ex-employees of this concessionaire at a Marina Equestrian Center who have bravely come forward and offered their statements to an investigative channel, Channel 7 reporter, and also to the national organization PETA out of Washington, D.C. So I just wanted to let the city know that this is the time to gather up resources and really look into this company, because things are not going well, and it's really catching on that this is exactly what a lot of people were concerned about. This company has 6 locations, and there are employees who have come forward with their first-hand account witness, just heartbreaking stories. So I just wanted to bring this up during this council meeting so it goes on public record, and looking forward to the next opportunity to talk about this in depth. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bacon. Is there anyone else? I think there's somebody in the chamber. Sir, would you like to approach?
Chandler Rowland, Marina residents, Isla and John McCutcheon. I just heard it again 20 years ago. Isla and John McCutcheon said we were going to get the downtown revitalized after the Walmart opening. Isla and John McCutcheon and others after that said we were going to get the downtown revitalization done after the dunes opened up. Hundreds of thousands of dollars over 20 years have been put into this, and we've got nothing except paved streets. Now, my real question is, as far as the SURF MST project, in 2022, MST annual report states the project SURF bus program would connect Salinas and the Monterey Peninsula up to 15 minutes faster than the existing Route 20 express schedule. Upon questioning, a MST employee states that between the Marina and Sand City transit stations, the new 2 bus lanes would save 10 minutes in travel time. In saving them 10 minutes in travel time, the TAMC 1 year 880,000 non-vehicle owner bus passengers will lose possibly $100 million in tax grant funding, would gain $100 million in tax grant funding, and destroy 6 miles of environmental landscape and recreational activities between Marina Sand City transit stations. The present MST SURF project is a perfect example of enhancing long-term political friendships, labor influence, 650 jobs, granite rock pressure, and possible political voter approval from passenger riders. In my opinion, the severe negatives of the SURF project far outweigh the 10-minute travel saving for passengers with or without vehicle ownership. Reject the SURF project.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. We appreciate your words and time. Do we have any other, anyone who'd like to make another comment about anything else? No, I'm not seeing anybody in the Zoom. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the meeting. This is not, I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Is there anyone here on the dais who has would like to pull a matter aside from we're pulling G1, that portions of the 2 contracts not being ready? Does anybody have any brief questions on the consent agenda? Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a brief question for Public Works Director on the acceptance of the public improvements for the California Avenue pedestrian crossing. I noticed in the staff report, there were some photos of the utility box. It seemed like a majority of the photos. Was that actually included in the contract? Was that a cost of the contract, or was that a volunteer? Effort. I'm just genuinely curious. I know we've done those throughout the city, but
So, Mayor, members, or Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, when we brought this item to City Council for approval of the construction contract, City Council had asked us to look into putting the art on the signal controller cabinet as it was going in, as opposed to waiting for it to come around on one of the volunteer efforts. I think this artwork was a little over $1,000 going on this, and it just happened to coincide with the memorial of Lenore Masterson passing, and that's what the artwork that we're seeing on the cabinet.
okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. That was it from me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Anyone else have brief questions on anything? No. Okay, not seeing none. Let's go ahead. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move to accept the consent
With the
agenda.
modifications, meaning the
Yes, for
2.
10G1.
Right, okay.
Omission of 2 of the contracts. Yes.
I have a first,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. So again, this is voting on the consent agenda without the, with the modifications of the 2 contracts and mentioned in 10G1 omitted. Those 2 being the Marina Peace Officers Association and the unrepresented and confidential employees. So we ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, sorry, I meant to say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. 4-0. Thank you. Next up, we're going to go ahead and have open a public hearing to consider introducing and reading by title a waiving and waiving further readings of ordinance 2023 relating to temporary use permits. And we have Allison Hunter, our planning manager, who's going to go ahead and lead us through this. Thank you, Miss Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council and members of the public with us tonight. This is an ordinance to introduce a temporary use permit to the Marina Municipal Code, Chapter 17. If adopted, it would be placed as a new chapter, Chapter 17 or 0.68 to the Marina Municipal Code in Article 6, Administration, Enforcement, and Penalties. Currently, the Marina Municipal Code has no way to regulate temporary uses like pumpkin patches, Christmas tree lots, caretakers units, and caretakers units associated with construction projects and those types of uses that are customarily short-term by their nature. Currently, the police department issues permits for parades and other assembly events within the public rights of way, and permits for amplified noise at public assembly, I'm guessing that says, and dance and filming permits. And this temporary use permit section in Title 17 would make no changes to that. That process would stay the same. Likewise, the Recreation Department issues permits for events at public facilities like city parks or sports playing fields. This temporary use permit ordinance would not affect those activities either. So both the PD and Rec Department permits for events and parades and public assemblies would stay unchanged. Some of the uses that we identified as could be exempt are on-site construction yards while active construction is underway. So that is clear, just to clarify, that is on-site construction yards. You'll see throughout elsewhere in the ordinance that off-site construction yards are not exempt. So they will qualify for a temporary use permit. Obviously, emergency activities are exempt. School and other events on school campuses would be exempt. Garage sales not exceeding 4 per year, being 2 consecutive days each. I'm not sure about Marina, but other places I have worked have had commercial garage sales basically in people's front yards that happen every single weekend. So this is a way to just curb that. And then construction and maintenance activities within the public right of way authorized under an encroachment permit are exempt. So uses that would require a temporary use permit are short-term activities, typically less than 6 months. In the draft ordinance, you'll see there are some provisions for extensions if needed or requested. Off-site construction yards, caretakers units, festivals and art shows, et cetera, in commercial zones. So these are intended to be in commercial zones, not residential zones. Seasonal sales, temporary real estate sales offices, and those types of uses would fall under the temporary use permit. So procedurally, we're proposing that TUPs would be issued administratively. That means that would come through the city staff, and it would be the community development director or their designee who would issue these types of permits. Of course, there is an appeal process if for some reason the review authority, being the director, sees fit to not issue a TUP. The applicant can appeal that decision to the planning commission, just as our standard appeal provisions allow. TUPs can have conditions that regulate timeframe, operational restrictions, and requirements from other approval, like the police department or other city departments as needed. Just a little note that everyone's harvest farmers market that operates on Sundays at the grocery outlet parking lot is issued separately. It was issued a full conditional use permit in 2006. So in case anyone was wondering, regular farmers markets like that are proposed on a weekly basis in perpetuity would not qualify under this temporary use permit process. So this item did go to the Planning Commission on August 10th, and the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the council adopt this ordinance amendment with one request, and their request was that the council consider adopting a sliding fee or a sliding scale for the TUP fee. As noted in your staff report, the fee schedule adopted by the city council does already include a temporary use permit fee of $485 per application. I think this fee has been on the fee schedule for quite a while, but no implementing ordinance to actually collect the fee and go through the process. The Planning Commission had quite a bit of discussion on different types of uses and how this would apply. And there are some very small things that a $485 fee would be a lot for, depending on, you know, like a Girl Scout troop wants to have a big cookie sale in a public place that is regulated under this, that fee could be a lot. On the other hand, maybe there's a big organization that wants to throw a big, huge gala event and this fee wouldn't be that much. So the Planning Commission did just ask the council to take that into consideration. And I know you will be looking at your fee schedule coming up soon, so that could be a time to consider that. Just also noted in your staff report, several other cities, including Salinas, Pacific Grove, and Seaside in our region have similar ordinances for temporary use permits. And also other state level governing regulations like CEQA and the Coastal Act allow for temporary uses to be qualified for certain exemptions. So it is a well-known ordinance in many jurisdictions. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And I have provided a motion if so desired by one of your members.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. We appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and go to the public first before we discuss this matter amongst up here on the dais. Do we have anybody here? Doesn't look like we have anybody in chambers. Do we have anyone online? We're discussing this temporary use permit, amending our code. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody with their hands up. You have 3 minutes if you did want to speak on this matter. Okay, not seeing anybody. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back here. There is no one, so I'm going to close the public comment now and bring it back to council. So I have some questions, but I will reserve my questions for last. Go ahead, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. I get excited when when staff is proactive in things that there was probably a need somewhere, and I think staff probably quickly addressed that. Couple quick questions. The model home offices kind of stood out to me. I would assume like the Dunes model home office was open for well more than 6 months. How does that kind of fit into this?
Typically, and I'm not sure of the details with Sea Haven or Dunes, but large subdivisions would build that into their overall like building permit review. So it wouldn't if it is covered under that, it wouldn't necessarily need a temporary use permit because it's already addressed in the larger operational procedure for the subdivision on
Okay.
whole.
Makes sense. And if they did require a temporary use permit and needed to extend though by 6 months, they couldn't do that or they could?
They could, the draft ordinance does include extension provisions. They would need to show a reasonable reason why they need an extension.
Okay. And then my last question, and maybe better to take it offline, but just some more questions or clarity on the farmer's market that you mentioned. You said there was a permit issued in
2006.
2006. Is that into perpetuity then? Is there an end date for that?
It's typically conditional use permits go, if there is not an end date set as part of that permit issuance, they go until some conditions change that either require they modify it or if it just ends or if it's revoked for some reason, but a use allowed under a conditional use permit can go on until, you know, the owners change or some other condition arises.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You are welcome. Do we have any other questions up here? Yes, Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for the presentation. Very clear. And I only had one question about that request from the planning commissioners to look at a sliding scale. And you already indicated that we can wait until the fee schedule gets looked at. Because I was wondering how a smaller non-profit organization will be defined, you know, because just being non-profit doesn't mean that they don't have money. But Girl Scouts, as we know, probably don't have money. So, but that's something that will be looked at in the future then.
Yes.
I just didn't want it to be forgotten.
And actually, one of our priorities is we are working on updating our whole fee study. That will be at least 6 months before that happens, but we can come back to the council very easily. And on a lot of our fees, you'll have a fee set, but you'll have a separate service center. You'll call it a temporary use permit minor, and we'll just set for small things that come forward, and we can bring that back to the council, you know, very
Case by
quickly.
case. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not
Yeah.
case by case, but we'll bring the
Separate.
temporary use permit minor fee back to the
But
council.
then you need a definition for what's minor.
Yeah, but we'll kind of leave that to the flexibility of the planning department when those minor ones come in like that.
Thank you very much.
We'll
Thank you
bring that
both.
back to the council.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Biella.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just need to just clarify the different, permits here with Marina Police Department handles some, they're for large public and private events, and then recreation handles some that are, sounds like, could be private or public, but this particular one is for on private property, correct? This TUP policy is just for temporary uses on private property,
It would be private property outside the public right of way
outside of the public.
in non-residential zones.
All right, so let's say the Christmas tree sales in the Lucky's parking lot.
Right.
Is that such a use? Does that
Yes,
fall under that?
exactly.
Okay. All right. This sentence says that the city's adopted fee schedule has included a fee for a TUP for some time, but there has been no ordinance to implement it. So, so we had a fee structure and that's categorized below that. Do we have a sense of how many TUPs there could have been that we just didn't accept money for because we didn't have an ordinance for? Is this something really rare or, I mean?
No, I think you'll definitely get more of these come forward. The thing is, we'd had no mechanism to issue a permit, but I would say over the last 10 years, you probably could have had 50 to 100 of these could have been issued.
Okay, and as I understand it, talking to our city manager, we're not doing this fee structure to make money. That this is by law, just fees to compensate us, the city, for our work. And so this is not a money maker.
Correct. And from the planning department standpoint, we're wanting to be sure that people are conducting their event safely. There's some, there are conditions for operational standards and things like that.
Yes, okay, understood. So. do you wanna
Yeah.
say something?
Well, and that's a really good question and a good point. And the flip side of that is, like the fee is right now, I think is $485. And some people will say, well, yeah, we don't want to pay that fee. We want you to pay a lower fee. And the point is these fees are based on the staff time, the estimated staff time to perform that service. And so if you lower the fee, essentially the taxpayer then is subsidizing a money-making activity for a private business. And so that's why what the fee is what we charge. We don't subsidize it. We don't charge more. It's the exact cost to provide the service.
Yeah, I think that's important because the sliding fee assumes that we're considering who is requesting it, but it's really, we're just recouping our expenses. So I think that needs to be emphasized. Otherwise, this becomes a losing proposition for the city and we're not making a profit from it, but we certainly don't want to be losing money because that's valuable staff time. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. Some things that come to my mind is, what about Wine Row? That's on a private piece of property. It's something that happens once a month. It's something that's good for our economy.
Technically that, well, because it's an ongoing event, it would not fall under the temporary use permit. However, there should be some mechanism to ensure that recurring events like that are done safely. There's if PD or fire need to know about them or just ensuring that standards are being met. That could be a different, it wouldn't be under this temporary use permit, but it could, recurring activities like that could be under some different type of review. But that exact particular one based on its recurring nature is not included in the temporary use permit. So we don't really have a way to regulate them right now.
What about events that we have on the regular at our library, the nonprofits? I know there's some language about nonprofits.
Those are really conducted under the library and as part of the library facility. So like that would fall under kind of the school example.
Right.
That's a public assembly place.
I just hope that we're not inadvertently creating financial burdens on businesses or pop-ups or like even the garage sales, like 4-year. I'm not sure if is that just an arbitrary number? And we also have to sometimes put a lens of equity into this because not everybody can afford that fee. So I understand the fee schedule. Perhaps we'll get to it, but perhaps some fee waivers, perhaps some hardship cases, because I don't want us to have some consequences that we're so stringent that we can't address. What other questions do I have? So what would be the timetable for this?
If your council moves forward with this tonight, it would come back for a second read, and then it would be effective in 30 days after that.
Do we put a notice in the paper or how do people know about this?
We notice this hearing and then I believe the second reading gets noticed. No? It's posted after it's approved. And the planning commission, of course, was also duly noticed, as was this meeting.
Right. Okay. Do we have any other questions? Second bite at the apple? Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Your question kind of made me think of another one. If you have a use that you have by right the ability to do all the time, but you choose to only do it temporarily, then you wouldn't need a temporary use permit, right?
That's correct. If you have a use permit issued already for something that was authorized to happen 5 days a week, but you only work 3 days a week, that's fine.
Okay.
That's within the original.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Back to my question about the garage sales. Why was it 4? What does that-
I did get that from several other jurisdictions that we look at for model, model ordinances. That is up to your council to change or modify if you desire as a body. We could definitely do that in the ordinance.
Yeah, typically the reason that you have temporary use permits and things like that is you don't want a business operating in a residential neighborhood on a regular basis. As we looked at most of the ordinances around it, they did them 4 times a year, and that seemed to be reasonable. And I'm not aware of any that are really doing it on a regular basis. But if we get a lot of complaints or something on that, that's something we could come back to the council. And if we need to relook at that, we could do that.
Okay. I personally would like to perhaps see maybe no more than 3 weekends. Just because I know your neighborhood might have one, someone's moving out for college or you're moving and to be restricted by that. And then how is it enforced? Do we have a code enforcement officer out there? What
We
do
do
we
not
got
have a
going?
code enforcement officer yet, but we are complaint driven. So most of these would be regulated by our typical complaint process.
Okay.
Clarify, we do have a contract code enforcement officer for 1 day a week. We are actively recruiting for that position as we speak.
Come work for the city of Marina. Okay, so I would like to see some language, perhaps a little more lenient with the garage sales, not to exceed 6, perhaps, if you're in agreement or not.
So I would like to know, 1 weekend garage sale, is that 1 event or is that 2 permits? Or is that a 2-day, 1 permit?
It's written as a 2-day.
1 permit, eh? So I personally think that 4, once every quarter is very reasonable. So I don't have an issue with having it as it is written, just maximum of 4.
I was thinking that it was per day.
Per day.
Quarterly for 2 days, yeah.
Then I rescind my request. Does anybody else have any other questions? No. Was that?
Well, I can make a motion, I guess.
Oh.
I'm not sure, so that the motion is, we've already opened the hearing, so we shouldn't have to motion it, right? How do we word this?
Councilmember Viala, we're going to pull up the motion, the
Oh,
recommended motion.
great.
There it is at the bottom, if you can see
Okay,
that.
I move to adopt resolution 2023 whatever, approving the proposed amendment, adding a temporary use permit section to the Marina Municipal Code, subject to findings and CEQA categorical exemptions 15034E and 15378B5.
I'd like to second.
All in favor?
Aye. What we do?
Sorry? Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's one change, it's an ordinance, not a
That's
resolution.
correct. Okay, so we come back for the second reading. Thank you.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes. Motion passes 4-0. Okay, moving right along here. Next up, thank you, Ms. Hunter. We appreciate your time and staff's time on this matter. Next up, we have a 13A, adopting a resolution receiving the Marina Police Department's 2023 annual military equipment report. And we have Chief Russo approaching and to provide this. This will have been the second year now, is that correct?
Yes, the second year, the
previous one was adopted back in 2022.
So you'll give us a little bit of background of why this is required.
Absolutely.
Thank
So,
you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Pro Tem. Okay, so AB 481, back in September 30th of 2021.
Have the internet connection.
Oh.
Come back.
There you go. So there's a PowerPoint presentation on AB 481. Basically, this PowerPoint presentation is also what's posted online on our police department website. So if anybody wants to follow along, it's the same PowerPoint, just a lot of information in this PowerPoint and online, along with our department policy. So back in September 30th, 2021, Assembly Bill 481 was signed into law, which requires law enforcement's acquisition, use, and funding of military equipment. Legislature stated the public has a right to know about funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment by state and local government officials to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight. The same applies to the public's right to participate in government's agency's decision to fund, acquire, or use such equipment. Back in January 1st, 2022, the City Council previously approved Marina Police Department's Policy 707 on military equipment and the associated military equipment inventory by ordinance in 2022-02. The current policy and inventory is located on the Marina Police Department's website, and it's been posted there for quite some time. What this does is we are required to let the public know how the equipment is utilized over each year. So we have to come back every year to council so you can look at our equipment inventory list, and we can talk about, any audits that were done, a summary of any of the complaints or concerns that were, if any. The total cost of each military equipment, including the acquisition and personnel and training and transportation of the maintenance, storage, upgrades, and ongoing costs from what the source funds will be provided for the military equipment during that calendar year. In addition, the quantity possessed for each type of military equipment that we have. And if we want to acquire any additional military equipment, we have to come to the council for your permission to acquire any new equipment. Along with that 481, which is posted on our website, and if there's any complaints that anyone from the public wants to make, or if they have questions about our inventory, they can email us at our military equipment at cityofmarina.org. They can access that by going to our website. Or you can contact us by mail or even call, and we can address any concerns with that. We also hosted a community meeting last month in regards to any questions that anybody may have had about our inventory. So with that being said, I can move on to what we currently have. So currently, a summary of the military equipment owned and operated and maintained by the Marina Police Department is defined by Government Code 7070. And just this PowerPoint and what we posted online was redone. It was a little difficult to read from last year's inventory, so we spent some time redoing our inventory list, so it was a little bit easier to read and understand, because when you start putting California government codes and all the different codes, it was a little difficult to basically comprehend. So a summary was where we started from. So currently, the Marina Police Department has 23 rifles, 2 bolt action rifles, 4 drones, and 6 40mm less lethal launchers. What those are the soft bullet, or not bullets, but they're baton rounds, basically for the necessity to de-escalate situations rather than using other types of force. We have one 40mm less lethal launcher, which is a multi-launcher, which basically is the same thing, but just there's more of those less lethal rounds inside there instead of just one. And I also included military equipment that's utilized by the Monterey Peninsula Regional Special Response Unit. Since the Marina Police Department is part of the Special Response Unit, for transparency reasons, I included this in our military report. And just so the public's aware that any one of these items that's the SRU has could be used in the city of Marina. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to use these items, at least as that's housed here at the police department. And that consists of unmanned, remotely powered ground vehicles, which is kind of like little robots that may go into a house for camera purposes or something like that. A rescue vehicle, which is the rescue armored vehicle, a commercial van, and they also possess flashbang grenades, explosive breaching tools, tear gas, and pepper balls, which is basically pepper spray inside of a little ball. A shotgun that's used for breaching. Breaching means that they use that to basically blow hinges off of doors, so that gains entry into residential houses. And they have a less lethal launcher, which is one of those devices used to shoot tear gas. And they also have acquired recently a bolo wrap, which is a less lethal device that actually shoots out this wire that wraps around a person's legs to get them to comply. So each one of the slides after this talks about each piece of equipment, what the value is of each one of those items. If there's no questions yet, I'll just move right into that.
Do we have any questions? I have a few, but
We can come back.
why don't we just complete it and we'll
All
go
right.
forward.
So we'll start with the qualifying equipment utilized by the Marina Police Department. And these were the drones that I was talking about before. So we currently have 4. The intention to acquire more, we're not looking for any more at this point because they are still of service to us. So we do not need any new technology at the moment. But in the future, that's something that we'll be looking at because, you know, while we're talking now, technology is coming, there's some new stuff coming out. So the expected lifespan is 5 years and they are relatively new. So we only had them for a couple of years. A drone is an unmanned aircraft system. It comprises of aircraft that's equipment necessary for the safe and efficient operation of the aircraft. The system generally includes fixed or rotary wing, tethered or not tethered aircraft, and a ground control station. Tethered means is that it could be a drone that basically has unlimited battery supply, which just goes in the air and it's the batteries on the ground. That's a tethered item. Ones that we normally see flying around the city or anywhere else are non-tethered. So why we use them is to enhance the safety in potentially dangerous situations by providing first responders with the ability to monitor video feed from vehicle cameras of hazardous areas prior to or in lieu of sending personnel. They may be used for search and rescue, suspect apprehensions, crime scene documentation, tactical operations, scene security, hazard monitoring, identification and mitigation, responses to emergency calls, crisis communications, and legally authorized surveillance. The initial cost was approximately $16,000 for all 4 of them, and it's about $1,000 to for maintenance in case we need to buy a new battery or things like that. All applicable state, federal, and local laws, any use of the drone platforms are in strict accordance with the constitutional and privacy rights of the Federal Aviation Administration. We have a policy at our police department that governs the use of any drone equipment. All the officers, the internal training and staff members are trained to operate. Prior to piloting any of the drones, staff members must secure an FAA remote pilot license and complete training required by the FAA Certificate of Authorization, COA. If you have any questions about the drones, I brought our drone commander here to talk about that. All right, so the next slow internet connection. There we go. All right, so the next item that we own the rescue vehicle Bearcat. It's a armored rescue personnel carrier, and why it's registered to the city of Marina is because back when we purchased this, the city of Marina put the money up front for the purchase of the Bearcat, and it was reimbursed with a grant from the UASI. And so we're not adding any money, but it's registered to the city of Marina, but is used by the SRU team. Currently, we only have one. We're not going to acquire any more. It's a relatively new armored personnel carrier. What it does is it transports personnel and equipment while providing the officers with armored protection. It has a breaching apparatus that can be attached to it also. The expected lifespan is about 10 years, longer if we don't utilize it, which we don't really utilize it that much, but it's an important piece of equipment where we train with it and utilize it on probably about 7 to 10 times a year, if not more. It's a standard tactical armored vehicle for special operations units within the law enforcement community. Since the early 2000s, agencies such as LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, New York City, all the rest of the large agencies, or they'll get federal, state, local law enforcement agencies have Bearcats, and they were able to purchase them with grant funds such as us. It has the capacity to have approximately 10 to 12 officers inside the Bearcat with all of their equipment. And they utilize it during critical incidents, which could be hostage situations, barricaded subject incidents, active shooters, high-risk arrests and search warrants, any threat of explosives devices, and any other situations where ballistic protection is necessary. It's never used in peaceful situations such as protests or demonstrations where violence is not threatened. When deploying the vehicle, officers consider how to use the misuse could create fear or distrust in the community, and we take steps to mitigate those negative effects. The rescue vehicle may be deployed for exhibition reasons, like in community-based events, a national night out. We've had it out there so the community can kind of get inside and kind of check it out. And it really is it's an armored vehicle to protect our officers and to safely transport them when their crisis does occur. And like I said before, the initial cost was about $400,000, and it was secured through a UASI grant. There's no cost to the operating funds for having this piece of equipment to the Marina Police Department. All federal, state, and local laws are followed. We have a policy on the use of the Bearcat through policy 614. All the SWAT officers are required to go through training. They utilize it every month and they familiarize themselves with that. Because the Marina Police Department participates in the special response team, the equipment is registered to the Marina Police Department, like I mentioned, and utilized by the SRU team. And the reason for talking about this is because if you see it in Marina, it might be used here. So I just wanted, for transparency purposes, that's why we're talking about it, because I don't believe we spoke about it back in 2022 when the initial equipment inventory was spoken about. I think there's been no complaints or concerns from the public in regards to the use of the armored vehicle since we've had it. We've had it for several years. And one of the noted, we utilized it not too long ago when the incident at the Monterey County Sheriff's Department heard when that officer was shot a few months back. Our SRU team was activated and they responded to the county and assisted, and that piece of equipment was invaluable to not only to us, but to all the other officers that had responded. And the next one, this talks about the rifles. So the bolt action precision and semi-automatic rifles, we have 25. We have 23 of the rifles that I spoke about, and then the 2 other were just this incorporates that. All the rifles are capable of firing a .22 caliber and a .556 projectile bullet. The expected lifespan is about 15 years. All of these different weapons vary in age, but we don't necessarily have to replace them based on the age. It has to do with how much we're using them. So for training purposes and things like that, if it could be an old weapon, but if there's not many rounds fired out of it, then we can get a longer lifespan out of the weapons. So we have several different types of rifles, and that just occurred because of the ability to secure funding at the time for a certain weapon, such as like we have 8 Bushmaster rifles, and some we have Colts. There's really no difference between the 2 other than the names, because they can fire the same ammunition. The Colt AR-15, which there are 6 of them, is lightweight magazine-fed gas-powered semi-automatic rifle chambered in a .556 .223 caliber. It's a semi-automatic version of an M16 rifle sold for civilian and law enforcement markets. I also brought a firearms expert in case anybody wants to talk about firearm things. In addition, the Colt M4 carbine is a lightweight magazine-fed gas-powered semi-automatic rifle chambered with the same rounds. And then there's 2 Colt, different model number, same operating platform, where it's magazine-fed, gas-operated semi-automatic rifles chambered in the same calibers. Additionally, there is when we move down to the #1 Desert Tech SM2 is a mag-fed. They have these technical terms in there, which, I'm really not necessarily familiar with, but my firearms expert is. So he can probably keep you here all night talking about weapons, but I'm just going to stick to the things that we can all understand. It's sold for use in the military, law enforcement, and city and civilian markets. The barrel can be changed out to accommodate different calibers, such as a .308 Winchester and the different other caliber, which is that 6.5 cm and a .338 LM. The other one is also an SPR magazine-fed another rifle. Those 2 rifles are basically, to sum it up, are sniper rifles that are used for our SWAT team operator. Again, it's on here for transparency purposes because that weapon, we do have a sniper on the team, so our Marina police officer possesses one of those weapons. Purposes for deploying rifles. Officers may deploy the patrol rifle in any circumstance where the officer can articulate a reasonable expectation that the rifle may be needed. Examples of some general guidelines for deploying the patrol rifle may include, but aren't limited to, situations where the member reasonably anticipates an armed encounter. When a member is faced with a situation that may require accurate and effective fire at long range. Situations where a member reasonably expects the need to meet or exceed a suspect's firepower. When a member reasonably believes that there may be a need to fire on a barricaded person or a person with a hostage. When a member reasonably believes that the suspect may be wearing body armor, when authorized or requested by a supervisor, when needed to euthanize an animal. Initial costs are approximately $52,000. This was, over several years. Over the past 15 to 20 years, we've acquired these weapons. So this is an estimate about what that total amount is. Obviously, there's a difference in price as the years have went on. Annual cost is about $3,000 for ammunition, repair parts, batteries, etc. The penal code that authorizes this 33-2020B, all other applicable state and federal local laws governing short-barreled rifles and police's uses of force. Marina PD policy 300 use of force, 312 firearms, and a 424 rapid response and deployment policy is all included of how we could use that, which I was just talking about moments earlier. All of the officers that carry rifles have a 16-hour patrol rifle course and 4 hours annually qualification. That's just for the patrol officers, but the SRU members receive a lot more training than just what is on the board there. The rifles are standard issue service weapons for the Marina PD officers and a result exempted from the military equipment use policy. They're only included here in this presentation just for transparency purposes about what we have. All of the rifles, when they're deployed within the guidelines. Over the past 12 months, Marine officers have deployed the rifle, but have not fired it in the following circumstances. Situations where the members reasonably anticipated an armed encounter. When a member is faced with a situation, they may require accurate and effective fire. Situations where a member reasonably expects the need to meet or exceed the suspect's firepower. When a member reasonably believes that there may be a need to fire on a barricaded person with a hostage. And when a member believes that the suspect may be wearing body armor or requested by a supervisor. No complaints or concerns were received about the deployment of any rifles. And we conducted an audit of all of our equipment and all of our rifles are accounted for. And there's no violations that have occurred in regards to our policy and procedures. The 40 millimeter less lethal launcher. It's a kinetic energy munition. There we go. We don't have any intention of acquiring any more at this particular time. It's what it does is, like I explained earlier, it's a foam projectile. The expected lifespan is 15 years. It's a Penn Arms 40 millimeter pump action multi-shot launcher. We only have one of them. It has a rifled barrel on it. The stock collapses. It has a trigger on there and the required safeties. Its intended use is to be a less lethal of force option to subdue violent and or resistive individuals. This particular one item costs $2,000. The annual cost is $200 for the sponge-like projectiles. All state and federal laws are followed when governing the use of this particular weapon. And the policy this is covered is policy 312 and 308. Initial training is 2 hours and 2 hours every year. Obviously, we exceed that amount because at our range days where we go and qualify with our actual pistols, we utilize these weapons for further training. So we get additional training beyond what is noted here. The 40 millimeter less lethal launcher and kinetic energy munitions are intended for use of less lethal force options to subdue violent and or resistive individuals. While the launcher has deployed in the field during active incidents, no actual field use on a person was reported. No complaints or concerns were received from the public. We conducted an audit of the equipment and all of our inventories intact. This particular multi-launcher is kept inside of our supervisor vehicle. So a supervisor has the multi-launcher within their unit. The other four are are similar. They are just they only are capable of firing only one. And I don't know why that says a Ebola wrap in there. So we can cover the Ebola wrap right now. The Ebola wrap is a remote restraint device that discharges a Kevlar cord to restrain a non-compliant individual from a range of 10 to 25 feet. expected lifespan is about 15 years. And the purpose of it is to basically restrain, like it says, and it's a less lethal force of option to subdue violent individuals. Okay. And we've yet to use the bowler wrap on a any type of an incident, but it is primarily used with the special response unit. This is going a little bit backwards. Yeah. They go too far. There you go. Resting. I didn't push it. All right. Let me go over to my PowerPoint presentation. It'll be easier here. And the last vehicle that we have here, there's an acquisition request for a crisis negotiation team command vehicle. Has not been purchased yet. However, the city of Monterey is going to make that purchase if everything goes well, and they'll be reimbursed for the cost of that through that same UWASI grant that when we received that armored personnel carrier. So that's just another item that I wanted to be transparent about because it's something that the city of Marina community needs to know in case they see that vehicle in the city that it doesn't belong to Marina, but belongs to the SRUT. And that would be it.
Thank
Any
you, Chief
questions?
Russo.
Welcome.
We're gonna go ahead and go out to the public for comment. Is that right? And then we will bring it back for any comments, questions from our council. So, public, you have 3 minutes to comment on this matter. I don't see anyone in this room. So we'll go out to the 3 attendees. If you have any questions about military equipment utilized by the Marina Police Department, please raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, not seeing any hands. One last opportunity to raise your hand if you have a question or a comment. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public comment online and in this room one last time. Anybody? Okay, doesn't look like it. So we're gonna go ahead and bring it back to council for questions and comments. First, the questions, I believe. Any questions? Elizabeth Fisher, yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Chief Russo, and thank you for having answered questions in advance. I thought it might be good to explain to the public that you already informed me that going forward, you will include the age of each equipment. So because it tells us how many years you expect it to last, but if we don't know how old it is.
Absolutely.
And you also told me that, or wrote to me that the funding is in the operation. What do we call it?
Yes.
Budget.
It's in the operating budget.
Thank you. Losing my thoughts here. And I would just like to know, is there a procedure to make sure that there is enough funding? Because you probably know by now that I like long-term maintenance plans. And I think for the vehicles, I think we should have a similar system for all the equipment that our police department needs to make sure that there will be funding to replace it when it reaches the end of its life.
Absolutely. We've done a pretty good job in the past of making sure that our equipment has been top of the line. It's been one of the most important things that our officers always request, that we have, good equipment, and we must provide, and we've done a really good job at making sure that we've kept up to date with all of that equipment. We are going to be doing a complete inventory, even more of some of our other equipment. So in the coming, budget years after this 2-year budget, we may have some replacement items that are needed. So,
Okay, thank you. I think that's very important. And the same, you said the vehicles, whatever they're called, they have different names. Anyway, but those are paid for by grants. And is
Yes.
there procedure to make sure that the application will be started in time so that there's no gap? Because of course you need those vehicles.
yes, absolutely. And that's one of what the city of Monterey is doing right now for that negotiator van, is they have one that's coming to nearing its end of its life. So they've started that process.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Russell, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Fisher, and I apologize for not seeing the lights. My arms are short, and so I have a question from Councilmember Biella.
And right now, we're doing questions and anything, right? I mean, we're only gonna have this. Okay, good.
This is the 3-minute, right? Or 5 minutes? Or
No,
5 minutes. Okay.
5 minutes.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I know we're running against the clock here, so.
Okay, I just some very short questions for me, and if I can find them. It's pretty dense information.
A lot.
So we have to do this report every year, correct?
Yes.
So on the summary, let's see, on page 2, you have the chart at the top that where you put the military equipment and the quantities that we have. So
Yes.
from last year to this year, is this should it be, you didn't buy anything new, or has these numbers changed?
We did. We bought 5 more rifles. Those replaced some of the older outdated rifles that our SRU members had.
Okay.
So we bought 5 more to.
But you retired 5 more, so it's the same?
We still have those weapons, but they've been retired back to the patrol staff.
Okay, I think what would be helpful for me then is to see every year, this chart and somehow get a sense of, are we increasing our arsenal, or are we just replacing, or, I just need a sense of that. So
Right.
if we could have, 2022 and then 2023, it would be really helpful for me.
Yes.
Okay. And I have to say, I was really happy to read the summary of how the military equipment was used and the purpose of its intent of its use. When you say that this is with the drones, I'm sorry. There's another one here where you say the summary of the military equipment used. And you say that over the past 12 months, Marina officers have deployed the rifle, but not fired. And so I think that sticks out to me as really fine police work. And I am assuming that if it were fired, this is the place that you would report it every year.
Correct.
So you
Yes.
would tell that. But other than that, I presume because of confidentiality, et cetera, there's an automatic reporting of any incident that required somebody to fire military equipment.
Yes. Anytime any of our weapons are fired, it results in a police report, and also a review of the tactics that.
Okay, so each and every one, but
Yes.
but we would see if that number at least reported in this section.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's all my questions, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
Sure, I have just a couple comments, not really questions, but it amazes me that what many of my peers use as a toy, the Mavic, Mini Mavic, is considered military grade equipment that has to be reported to a city council. So it's just kind of a comment about the overall legislation. I think we're complying as we are asked to do, but I guess the other question would be the bowler wrap as a device. My understanding is it is intended, again, to be less lethal and less militaristic, and yet we're reporting it. And I'm just wondering, are we doing that in an abundance of caution, or are we sure that that falls in one of the sections of Government Code 77?
It's a projectile. So there's like a bullet that, it's not really a bullet, but it has a chambered round that fires out. So it's covered under that particular section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything, I was looking at 7070 while you were giving your presentation, and I noticed the last category 15 is any device that the governing body decides requires additional oversight. Is there anything that sticks out to you as something that might fall within that category that we didn't include?
I don't necessarily believe so. I try to cover everything in regards to just being transparent as possible, which is why I included all of our equipment that the SRU team also has that could be deployed in the city of Marina. So I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my final comment is thank you to the police department. I'm sorry that they feel like they have to have some of that equipment in today's time. I'm sure given the choice, they would likely rather not have it. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, council member. I do have some questions, and reading over 7070, I understand the public policy being the concern of the militarization of our police departments. But I also just had some, I wanted to get a clearer understanding. We're looking at things that are of a particular caliber, and we're looking at things that explode and things that are armored like, right? So what you're giving us is not the full picture of everything we have, because handguns are things that are, this word military grade. Is it things that the military uses? So therefore that category, I'm just trying to reconcile, like Councilmember McCarthy was saying, is like, what's customary and what's considered military? Is it stuff that they actually have used?
Yeah, so 7070 of the policy, which is in our military equipment policy, it covers things, it outlines what it covers. So unmanned, remotely piloted, powered aerial ground vehicles. It covers the mine resistant, ambush protected, MRAPs, things like that, but not necessarily our armored vehicle. So that's not in the 7070. We're just putting it out for transparency purposes, because a lot of the community thinks that that's an MRAP because they don't know the differences between the two, but ours is specific to law enforcement, and it's not necessarily a military piece of equipment, but it depends, of the understanding of what that may be. Some people think that that's a military piece of equipment, but it's not. It's for law enforcement, and it's not governed under 7070. So I'm putting out, our police department is putting out every possible piece of equipment that we have for transparency purposes, and might not even fall under any of the military equipment reportable.
Well, I'm not seeing any, for example, handguns. Maybe the military uses the
It's not
Glock,
required, yeah.
Glock, whatever. And
Yeah. We're not required to because it's not fall under 7070. Yeah.
Got it. Back to that though, on the caliber of the weapons, I don't know if I saw it in the legislation, if it was specific to the caliber. So when you're telling us these large calibers, was that in 77?
So no, that's under 7070, but it's 50 caliber and above. Anything below is not under 7070.
Okay. Do you know if the government is continually to issue our surplus or what it's not using, and we have opportunities to partake? Should we need, as Councilmember Vischer mentioned, the lifespan, should we need supplemental for civil unrest purposes or whatever?
We do not participate in the 1033 program that you're talking about for military equipment. We don't get any equipment from the government.
Why is that?
Because it's military equipment, and we side more with the law enforcement side, civilian type of weapons that are available to us.
Okay, so it's not necessary.
No.
Right. Then I wanted to ask you, sorry if I'm dominating here, but I do have a few questions. Do we have any policies as to how this equipment is stored? So twofold. One is, should there be some civil arrest without giving away too many trade secrets? Are they in multiple locations? And then are there also policies as to how the officers either on the team or the officers who they're issued to store them?
Yes, so we have an armory where our weapons are stored and our vehicles are our armored vehicle and operation vans are stored in an undisclosed location also.
Well, I'm talking weapons. I remember a case where I don't remember what department. I think it might have been a sheriff's deputy or somebody left his car unlocked out in Toro Park.
You
And
mean, these weapons are secured in our police cars, so the officers check them out each day from our armory and put them in the police car, and then they return them back. Anybody that has a rifle that's taken off away from the city is stored in either a safe or other secure means.
so that's not reported, right? If we've had some things that were
Yeah, well,
checked out.
when we do our annual report such as this, there was a section on there that talks about, we conducted an inventory of our equipment and everything was accounted for. So we've never had any of our weapons stolen or lost or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. And then that meeting with the public, how was it? Was it well attended? Can you tell me how?
It was not well attended,
Mm.
and it was a community meeting here at our civic center or our community center.
Did anyone
last-
come?
Last month? No.
See,
So
did we know about it? Was it on our website?
it
Or?
was on our website. I think that what we need to do next time is we're going to have to increase the media attention behind that when we go out next year. But it's always, it's sometimes we don't get the community involvement that we'd like to get sometimes. So that's
Yeah, well, just let us know and we can
absolutely.
get Carolina. to
And
make
and
a
on our
flyer.
website is anybody can visit our website at any time at marinapolice.com, and our equipment is posted online along with along with this our policy with all of our policies at the police department that anybody can look at any time. And if there's questions, they can reach out to the police department and we'll answer whatever question we can.
Okay, I have two more questions. One has to do with the drone, but before I ask the drone question is, what happens to your old weapons that you retire? Do you offer them to other law enforcement? Do we melt them down? What do we do and what do we do with them?
You mean like any weapon at
Well,
all?
these weapons and other weapons, yeah.
Yeah, any of our rifles we still have in our inventory, so we have not gotten, melted them down or anything like that. And we don't have any intention to because they still have a service life behind them. And also, as our department grows with personnel, we may utilize those weapons so we don't have to buy other ones. Because there's left-handed people, there's right-handed people, there's, everybody, adjusts their sights on the weapons to, their own personal standards. But yeah, we haven't gotten rid of any of our weapons. If we had some shotguns that we were able to sell and recoup the money and use the money for other purposes, but that's as far as we've went so far.
Maybe at some point we might have a policy. I just think back to, I think it was LAPD that had some scandal with officers getting first dibs and then they would sell them to others and it was traced back as a former service as they
Yeah.
moved to a different weapon.
Mhm.
And then my drone questions, here we go. How many people are authorized with the FAA licenses and do we have more in the pipeline coming forward? I mean, not drones, but pilots.
Commander Richard Cox can talk.
Thank
about
you.
the drone.
Hello. We currently have six pilots and one supervisor.
Oh, great.
Yes.
That's a good
And
number.
we would like to increase that. Absolutely.
On the heels of the DART symposium most recently, I was thinking just a good amount of drones and how we utilize them. Do you know if the drones are, you said about 6 years old, is that right?
They're less than that. They're about 3 years old.
So I know that they've gotten very expensive for us because we've got to use USA made. Are we still complying with that rule?
Yes. Well, we haven't purchased, we've gotten just the drones that we bought originally. We haven't purchased anything new. So the original drones that we purchased are still in use.
Okay, and the reason for that was some concerns about spying and mechanisms inside the drone that could possibly be shared with other governments.
Correct.
Okay. I think that is my questions. Kathy, Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think this is for Chief Russo. If I could ask Chief. Oh, there you. I was
Switch. I sat.
behind there. Sorry. Are you required to have this community or meeting that you said was poorly attended?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically related to this military equipment?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just giving you my perspective that you shouldn't be discouraged by that. I think that initially last year, when this was a new topic for us, I think people might have been concerned, is the police become militarized? And so there was that interest in and curiosity and maybe some fears. So I think that last year might have been more of a need, but this year I think that people have seen this now in a different light, and we trust our police department. So unless you had a specific person that really has an interest in, weaponry, I personally would rather not see or touch them. But, there wouldn't be a reason why I think that the average person in the public would want to come. So it's not necessarily a reflection of you. I think it's more that there's a higher trust level and understanding for what you do.
Yes, I appreciate that. And I followed along with some of the other cities also and watched their meetings that they put out, and they weren't well attended either. So it's not something that I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think there is a lot of trust with especially locally, our police department.
Yeah. So I wouldn't, want you to waste any energy trying to beat the bushes to get somebody there when, you're where it's available. And if the public has specific questions, they know where to go. And if not, they're happy with what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I think that people that are concerned about this are going to know that the law is there and they're going to know the right places to voice their concern. But with that, I'm not trying to stop debate, but I'd like to introduce a motion adopting resolution 2023, receiving the Marina Police Department's 22-23 annual military equipment report.
I second.
Seconded by Biala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much for that report. And thank you for bringing your experts. Now I know.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next matter. And that is 13B, adopting a resolution approving an amendment to the agreement between the City of Marina and Save the Whales of Seaside, providing professional services to our city's storm water program. And this would be presented by Brian McMahon.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, I'm Brian McMahon, the Public Works Director. I'll just do a quick introduction. First of all, we don't have any military equipment to declare in relation to our stormwater permit. We'll leave that with the police department, but this is something we do on an annual basis. We do update our contract for all this outreach and compliance that we have related to our stormwater permit. It's a ongoing, rather intensive task. So we do have consultants that help us out with that have expertise in this, and we've been working with them for a number of years. We also take this opportunity to provide the council and the public with updates on activities that we've had over the past year, reaching out to the public and reporting to the state as required by the permits. So with that, I'll turn it over to Edri De Los Santos and the team that's going to make the presentation.
Thank you, Brian. Volume's okay? Excellent. Thank you. So tonight I have the real privilege of presenting with Doug Dowden. He's been a stormwater manager and compliance expert in our area for over about a dozen years now. Sorry, Doug. And
along with Maris, who has really written the book on public outreach and education for our stormwater for the entire region. And Maris, I believe it's going on 20 years for you. So these two members tonight, they're going to be presenting to you are really specialists, not in just stormwater, but marina stormwater, as they've been yet another addendum we're going to have or amendment to their contract. But you'll see exactly what they do for us on a yearly basis. And I will turn it over to Doug and Maris. Uh-oh. Maris and Doug, you have to unmute yourselves.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Figured you're in control. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City personnel, and members of the community. It's that time of year to discuss our stormwater program. This is a condensed overview. We'll provide a glimpse of what we accomplished in 2022/23 and what our goals for the 23-24 permit term, and that's July 1st to June 30th of the following year. Next slide, please. Program overview. We're under the municipal separate storm sewer system permit. It's continued. Regulations continue to grow for these programs, and honestly, at an alarming rate. They're constantly revamping permits and adding new regs. Legal decisions keep us guessing, and I'll get to that in a bit. We'll provide some key update items. We'll talk about our goals for 2023 and 2024 period. And as I just mentioned, there's just way too much to discuss during this 5 minutes. Next slide, please. Okay, and we had some of our key accomplishments this last year. The Perk Pond study results. Basically, there's no discharges to waters of the US, and we'll talk about that more in a moment. The annual trash policy requirements, another permit that the city has to comply with. Basically, our assessments and monitoring and tracking reveal that there's no trash going to waters of the US from the city. Phase 2 permit requirements. We're waiting for that revised permit to come out, hopefully end of this year, beginning of next year. Annual staff training. We'll get into that in a minute. Annual facility site assessments were conducted. Public education outreach conducted this year. We'll talk about our public participation and involvement. Post-construction requirements, once a new project is completed. We won't really get into details on that, but that's been accomplished. We'll talk about our program effectiveness and assessment program. Well, basically, we evaluate how the program's going and whether we need to do any improvements. Next slide, please, Edrey. The Perk Pond study, it's one of the key items completed this year. Give some details on that. The Perk Pond study, we began that in 2021, sorry about that. We hired a consultant to assess simply whether or not stormwater within the city discharges outside the city limits during and post-storm event. The study, basically, it's an assessment of all 74 perk ponds within the city, but we focused on 3 that are considered to be representative of all the basins within the community. Cardoza, Messenger, and Jehovah basins were the 3 that were selected, and we had an outside consultant, Second Nature, pick those for us, and they worked with us in the beginning, and Maris's team continued that project the last 2 years. So during this 3-year study, using calibrated instruments and field observations, the data revealed or demonstrated, we believe so, that the city's comprehensive stormwater collection system, the perk ponds, capture, retain, infiltrate, or allow for evapotranspiration all stormwater that ends up in the city during and post-storm events. Thus, and this is key, there's no discharges to waters of the US. Thus, we have the documentation that supports our objective of where we want to proceed during the next year, which is to move the city to what we call notice of non-applicability permit coverage, highly reduced permit. So what the little images on the slide represent, the one that's a graph, it's over the course of the project, the Cardoza Basin stores roughly 32 acre-feet of water. up to a capacity. And it shows the highest capacity, which was in roughly 2021, January, which was 22 acre feet. And the pictures at the bottom reflect, I believe it's Messenger Basin in 2021 and 2023. During that time period, there was a lot of vegetative growth. Next slide, please. And Maris, you're at the helm.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm just gonna highlight the big examples of that outreach. You can read the rest since we're under time constraint, but we were able to reach over 350 students with really great hands-on instructional in-class program. And this is one of the things that makes us very unique. We're like a mini museum that rolls in with marine mammal artifacts and really ooh-ah things for students to engage with. Our other big accomplishment is all the events we were able to do this year. Next. And what we're really, I don't know if it's good or bad, but we picked up over 1,000 pounds of trash and recyclables with our amazing volunteers that are made up of CS UMB students. And without them, we would not be able to accomplish what we are able to do every year. And it's a great way to get them engaged in the community and excited about helping the environment. Next. One of the ways we always are trying to be creative and reach out, to the residents in a fun way to get an educational message across. And this is about pet waste and picking up pet waste, which people we feel need to have it in a more inspiring format. And so we ran this doggy do photo contest about telling us what you do in order to keep our storm drains free of pet waste when you walk your dogs. Next. All right, Doug.
All right, thanks, Maris. Maris does a great job with all the outreach, and pet waste is a key factor for the transmission of lots of diseases to other pets, like Giardia. So the work plan for 2023 and 2024, up there, that little square in the top says goal, NONA coverage. I'll tell you about that in a minute. We're going to continue with all the permit requirements. There's 6 main elements: construction, post-construction, public education outreach, public participation, and illicit discharge detection and elimination, and municipal operations and good housekeeping. Those are the 6 main elements of these programs. We're going to begin to remove towards what we call a reduced permit, notice of non-applicability, or NONA. It will still provide the city with protection from interested third-party lawsuits. It's a legal positioning that we're going to do versus a WDR, a waste discharge requirement. For implementation purposes, we're going to stagger this process to ensure success and honestly avoid wasting funds in case we encounter challenges. First, we're going to move forward with the construction general permit. It's another permit that the city has to comply with. We'll develop and put together a notice of non-applicability application. We'll submit it through SMARTS, the Stormwater Multi-Application Reporting Tracking System for the State Water Resources Control Board. And this applies, and this will affect, if it's approved, any construction site that requires a WDID or a stormwater pollution prevention plan. Once this is completed and submitted, we'll wait a few months, determine if there's any challenges that we need to address accordingly. Key to this is the data from our perk pond study that again reflected there's absolutely no discharges from a storm event from the city to a waters of the US. So the city is completely hydrologically disconnected from the waters of the US. And what plays into this, and I'll talk about this in a minute in detail, is the Sackett decision, basically a US EPA lawsuit that went to the US Supreme Court. And basically what that decision just recently came about and said, if there is not continuous surface connection of a water body to another US water, it is not a water of the US. So it's just a pond or a puddle or a seasonal flow. It's not a creek, it's not a river, and it's not a lake. Once that goes through, we'll wait after a few months, then we'll do a notice of non-applicability application for the industrial general permit. We'll follow the same process. If there's any challenges or concerns, we'll address those and discuss it with the water board. And then if that goes through, within the next 2 years, we're going to submit a notice. This is pending the new MS4 municipal separate storm permit. That's the city's permit. When that comes out, it's supposed to have, at least the draft had, a notice of non-applicability clause. So if we can submit for that, for the notice of non-applicability for the city's program or city, and if that goes through, that will mean the city will be under a notice of non-applicability for all permits related to stormwater. There isn't one for the trash, but if we get it for the municipal, then we're covered. So the perk pond studies are key to this because it reflected there's absolutely no discharges from a storm event during and post to a waters of the US, Monterey Bay, or the Salinas River. Those are the two in close proximity. The legal definition that plays into this in 2020, or actually this last year, the US Supreme Court ruled on the Sackett case. In the Sackett case, basically the federal court appeals agreed with the EPA that the lot, that a particular lot is a wetland by applying what they call the Kennedy significant nexus test from the Rapanos decision, which basically looks at whether there is a significant connection or nexus between the wetlands and waters that are covered by the Clean Water Act, and whether the wetlands significantly affect the quality of those waters. In the Sackett ruling, the court held that the Clean Water Act applies only to wetlands that are, as a practical matter, indistinguishable from waters of the US. Therefore, the continuous surface connection. It's not like the Maui decision where it's subluvial, it's underground, where you pump it in the ground and it shows up a mile away. That ruling was basically changed significantly by the Sackett decision. We feel that the Perk Pond study and the Sackett decision give us the rationale to move forward with the notice of non-applicability for all three permits that affect the city, plus the trash policy. That's been our goal the last honestly, the last 10 years. We had to do the Perk Pond study because the water board requested it. Brian and Edre have been working with us on these. What the benefit of this long-term is, all the commercial, industrial, and private sector businesses still have to comply with the concepts of the stormwater program under the city's municipal codes, but they don't have to do all the reporting, tracking, and the annual reporting. There's a lot of paper process to these programs. If that's all eliminated, it's a massive savings to everybody who has to have these permits within the city. Some of your industrial sites, all the big construction sites have to have them. They'll still have their BMPs, best management practices. They'll still be cleaning the streets. They'll still, manage waste on site appropriately, but they don't have to have routine site inspections. They don't have to have all the documentation and the annual reporting, which add a huge cost. Interesting enough, by going this route, we'll play into the affordable housing move that our governor put into play just in the last couple of years to basically streamline processes. So with the city's perk ponds that you guys started implementing and requiring 25, 30 years ago, what a huge benefit is to the city because it meets the objectives of the trash policy without additional cost. It provides us the ability to move towards the notice of non-applicability for the construction, industrial, and the municipal permit. And I thank you very much. And do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Dowden.
Thank you.
I will, thank you for that. I'm going to go out to the public for questions or comments. Is there anyone here in this room? I'm not seeing any hands raised here. How about out to the public online? We have any participants? We have 9. 8 of them are panelists. Oh, we got 1. We have 1 attendee. I know you've got a burning question, Mr. Okay. I'll go ahead and bring it back in here. Seeing no questions, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. Bring it back to this council. Do we have any questions? I see Councilmember McCarthy's light on.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll start by saying I've been a vocal critic of our stormwater management for a long time, even when I was a member of the public. So I hope that my comments don't come as a surprise to staff. Let's see. Where do I start? I guess in the stormwater management program information in the staff report, it talks about the vernal pond water quality monitoring and sampling as completed. And I'm just wondering if we could get some, I don't remember ever seeing any reports on that. If we can get some color as to what that was, why it's relevant, and maybe what the results of that study were.
Do you want me to handle that, Edric?
Sure. I mean, we could bring it back to council, but it's in essence what it was the pond study that Doug spoke about on this slide here. But we could bring this item back to council for further discussion.
Okay.
Councilman McCarthy, just a quick one is, I mentioned that it was a requirement to start moving the city towards getting towards a reduced permit that the water board put on us to demonstrate that during a storm or post-storm that no water from the city limits left the city limits, thus demonstrating that the city is completely hydrologically disconnected. Their argument to the city years ago that you can't have a reduced program, even though the city's on complete sandy, loamy soil and there's 100% infiltration every storm, was, oh no, you have discharges to other municipalities or agencies. So you can't get out of the program. So we did the study to demonstrate there is no discharges to outside the city limits.
Okay, thank you. So it does make sense. Kind of what I'm hearing, reading between the lines, is because these ponds have been found not to discharge to waters of the U.S., from a stormwater management program perspective, we're not really worried about the level of pollution that's happening in those ponds. Am I interpreting that right?
No, we're still want to, control pollution. I'll go ahead and answer it. Because eventually it migrates down into groundwater. The microbes, the pesticides, the herbicides. Salinas Valley itself, the Central Valley of California, have DDT, malathion, and residual glycophosphates, the herbicides that are frequently used in agriculture, in the water table, and it shows up in the groundwater that a lot of people drink. So if we can keep it out of the system at the surface, it's much cheaper than trying to treat for it later.
Okay. There used to be signs in these ponds that said high bacteria count, don't touch the water, essentially, and those signs appear to have been removed. Is that because we feel that there's less bacteria count now, or do we know why that is?
I actually don't know why those signs were removed. What, Edric?
I believe the only location that we had those signs were at Lock Padden. Lock Padden, in terms of site management, we have to coordinate with the Parks District. So the city did not take those signs out, and we are still trying to investigate what happened to those signs.
Okay, thank you. I believe there used to be at least one other sign on the pond across the street from 7-Eleven. I'm not sure if it's still there or not. I was excited to see the image of the dog waste in your presentation. I really appreciate that. But my understanding from the Audubon Society is that it's actually cat waste that presents the biggest challenge to disease for migrating birds and things of that nature. Are you aware of any of that research?
I am not aware of the Audubon research, but in general, having dog waste, again, leach into groundwater is something we want to prevent. And also it makes community areas unsightly, as we all know, and your neighbors don't appreciate it if your pets are using the neighbor's yard as a waste area. And in general, I think it's a good practice and a good educational message, to keep giving to the public and children about cleaning up after your dog when you walk it.
Okay, thank you. And I know my time's probably running short, Mayor Pro Tem, so I'll ask one more question on a positive note. Since I've moved here, I used to witness a lot carpet cleaning businesses dumping into the storm drains. Something I haven't noticed a lot of in the last year and a half. Do we know if there's a reason for that? Is that an outreach effort, or is that just maybe good luck? Or maybe just Brian hasn't left the house very often, or me, that is.
Oh, we do a lot of outreach to target, those cleaning companies, whether they're pressure washing, carpet cleaning. But I think the city staff themselves and code enforcement have helped a lot. But I can give you probably one that made it throughout the industry. Carpet cleaner, pressure washers, they heard about it, was a guy in the Bay Area a number of years ago, pulled up after he finished his day of carpet cleaning, and he had a little spout nozzle underneath his van, opened it up, let it flow out, and it was right there when a CHP officer was there. And of course, he cited him and arrested him. And because it was so flagrant, they actually prosecuted him, and he was no longer a carpet cleaner.
Thank you. Like I said, in Marina, I've seen it at least 7 or 8 times. One time it was a seaside business, and I talked to their stormwater management program directors, and I believe I talked to ours. This was many, many years ago. So it is very concerning. I'm glad I haven't seen it recently. I'll pass it on for other comments. I may want to come back, but I just want to leave this one thing, and that is I'm concerned about this movement towards a less restrictive policy for permits. I understand the cost savings. I don't know that I agree that it makes housing any more affordable, but I think that we have a right to be very concerned about our water quality and people doing the right thing. And so I have some concerns about moving in that direction, and I'd like to explore those more. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council Member. I have, let's go with Kathy Biala. Council Member Biala.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just want to make sure that I understand this really clearly. So when we talk about perk ponds, those are the man-made ones, and we're trying to show that we're hydrogeologically disconnected to other surface water resources. But this is not the wetlands, because the wetlands also have percolation to other the series of aquifers below them, but we're not, those are very distinct, right? So I just want to make sure I'm getting this correct.
Yeah, there's a distinction between groundwater and surface water. There's the Groundwater Management Act statewide. And then the surface waters, it's just hydrologically, they're not connected. And the vernal ponds are key to the fairy shrimp and other little microbes and species that are key to the whole food chain. This won't affect those.
Okay. And one is man-made and one is a natural water body. And of course, we've had lots of discussions with vernal pond studies, et cetera, showing that they are connected to the aquifers. Okay, so I wanted to ask you, I'm getting sort of the idea now of, why perk ponds are important, and then why we don't want to have them discharged to other areas outside of our particular jurisdiction. I've often heard this idea of converting perk ponds to pocket parks. Now that you are talking about this, can you comment on the wisdom of that?
I believe the history of that, and Lane could probably give a little bit more, was that there was an analysis of all 70 plus perk basins throughout the city as to their sizing and whether or not we actually need the size of the perk basins per the what's called the tributary area, or what is contributing to that basin. There were a number of basins that were considered over large and had the potential to be reduced in size to allow some of these pocket park ideas. But I'm not entirely sure of the continuation of that idea.
Right, we aren't proceeding with that at all. And part of it was really to look at some of those and sell those properties and turn them into development properties. And right now, we're just keeping the perk ponds as is and aren't doing anything right now.
And I understand those economic reasons, et cetera, but for our experts, is that something that you can comment on? For a city our size, are all of our perk ponds necessary to get us to our goals?
I'll comment on that. They're necessary aside from the permit. They're necessary for how we handle our stormwater. We do need them to infiltrate the water, and our system is designed to funnel that water into those perk lots. So that they predate regulation of stormwater. It's just part of our stormwater system.
Well, I'm trying to get a clarification whether it continues to be a necessary part of our stormwater management, so that even if we said, oh, we could get rid of a few of these, we still have a fundamental reason for why we need perk ponds.
If we were to reduce the size of some of them, what we're not proposing, or has never been proposed, is that we pipe them to the waters of the US or anything like that. So we would still be compliant or exempt from the permitting requirements.
The perk ponds, they're a vital part of our stormwater system. If we didn't have those perk ponds, we'd be incurring tens of millions more dollars building an elaborate stormwater system that goes into stormwater treatment plan and flows to the different waters. And so that's just a part of how our system is designed with those perk ponds. And if there is in the future, if we say if we want to look at it, there's a pocket park need in a particular neighborhood, we'll look at that perk pond, and then if it's has excess capacity beyond its stormwater needs, then potentially we'd look at that, but that's just not on our radar right now at all.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. So on the pet photo contest, I don't have a dog, so I'm looking at this and saying, okay, the prize went to somebody who put a bag on the leash, which is nice because they're not going to just leave it there to pick up later, which oftentimes later doesn't happen. But so what, I mean, outside of saying to people, pick up the dog poo, there's no other solutions, right? I mean, are there other ones like, it's worse around the lock pad in parks, so we ban that and we have people walk dogs elsewhere? Or, I mean, I'm not sure, other than pick up your dog feces, that's the only solution that I mean, am I missing something here, or is there some other solutions that could be a part of this outreach?
Well, in areas where there is, a lot of dog walking activity, what is often done is the mutt-mitt, stations where you've got the bags available for people. What we're really trying to get to is sometimes what happens is people will bag the waste and then leave it on the ground. And that ends up
I've seen
being
that many
a
times.
different problem. We're wanting people basically to bag it and bin it. And so doing that pet contest was in order to offer her these little rucksack bags, almost like you do with rock climbing, that would attach on your leash, and it enables you to put your bagged waste into the little rucksack bag in order to get to a trash can and not leave it on the ground. And so we're trying to do more due diligence on, there's a
Right.
couple steps needed.
Right, I understand, but essentially we're saying there's one solution. Your dog should not be, doing its business on the streets or in the parks or on the beach, et cetera, unless you somehow pick it up. And that's the one solution. Is that
That's the ideal solution, yes.
right? Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. I have a question about, do you have any problems with human waste as we have more people living outside?
You do see it. I do work in a lot of communities up and down the state. Honestly, Marina is one of the cleanest cities. And I think it's just the people, the staff, and there's outreach. You get down in like LA or San Diego, it's overwhelming. Even Orange County, California, it's absolutely overwhelming, the human waste, or San Francisco. You do get it, it's over by the Walmart Center, but it wasn't to the point where it's minuscule, and you're always going to have some of it. You can't get it. You can't make it perfect. Not everybody's going to follow the rules.
Thank you for that. My second question was, when we're taking a look at outreach, seems like you have a very comprehensive plan with in the appendix. But we had a lot of questions here about perk ponds, and you mentioned some of them, and I know where they are in my head. Are you using the perk ponds as an outreach mechanism, perhaps giving them a name, or name a perk pond, or some information about the stormwater system on some signage or anything like that? Because it is true that I've not seen those bacteria levels, and I was always wondering about them. And as people walk the city, we might have, housing issues, like why is that not utilized? So it seems to me that there might be an opportunity to use the perk ponds themselves as one of your outreach methods. Do you do that?
We did do a pilot program a few years ago for some of the more visible perk ponds and basins. And we tried to do signage. We really didn't get any public feedback from that. And in terms of responses from the public, there wasn't really much. So due to maintenance, the signs had to come down, but it's definitely something we could try again for, to better notify the public, maybe choose some new locations.
Yeah.
Thank you. It comes to mind to me that Flower Circle, for example, did a community cleanup. Like the neighbors got together and pulled the weeds, and I think there was one in my neighborhood as well. But I'm sorry to interrupt, Maris.
No, I was just going to add that, a fun way to do it might be, having a children's art, contest on name a perk pond and selecting really great artwork. We did that several years ago, and artwork that we still use in some of the media and print ads were done by students. That might be another way to go. I'm just throwing it out.
Thank you. I see another hand raised by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, just to continue on the perk ponds. I know our city manager said it's not on the radar now to see if some can be converted to pocket parks. I would like to get it on the radar, if not this year, then next year, because I think it will be such a good way to beautify Central Marina instead of having those chain linked fences. And I personally know that there are several perk ponds that are being maintained by the volunteers. They when they do the garden tour every other year, they included some of those. So maybe not this year, but I hope it can be on a list somewhere
Thank you. We'll put it on
on the
on
long
the
term.
list.
Yes.
We'll see if
I
council
know the list is.
prioritizes it.
Thank you. And I did have a question probably for Mr. McMinn. Is it true that it's not allowed to wash cars with soap anywhere in Marina in the street?
I guess I'll turn to Doug on that. I don't know that restrictions went in place for private residents, but they're not supposed to be doing commercial washing.
Yeah, trying to regulate or stop people from washing their cars on their own driveway. No, on their own property, no, but in public streets statewide, that is a standard. And I think, if I believe correctly, it's in the municipal code, not to wash in the public street. Commercial, the mobile pressure washer car cleaners, they can do it on private property. But we urge and we give them all the BMPs, what they're supposed to do, capture, retain, because the phenols, the dyes, all the nasty pollutants, the oils, the grease, the chromium, the arsenic, and those brake pad, the dust from the brake pads all come off during washing a car. So most of these pressure washers are, not pressure washers, but mobile detailers. They have contained units and they use very little water. And then it's a question of, are they just, ignoring the rules left and right? Do you want to enforce it? The occasional guy, city staffer, having worked for cities, you talk to them. And usually they're cooperative and they move on to the people's property.
Our municipal code actually
Yes.
touches on both. Street car washing is not allowed. Washing within your residential property, that is allowed.
Thank you. And also HOAs usually don't allow it. So anyway, thank you for that. And only one more question. I saw on the long list, multi-languages, it's on hold, but the plan was to translate 2 brochures per year into Spanish and an Asian dialect like Korean. So is that not being worked on, or is something being done?
We've done translations pretty much, I think almost every year. Did a lot of outreach this year on garden pesticides, herbicides and whatnot, English and Spanish. We've done some brochures in Korean and Spanish, and of course, English. And a lot of times if people want us to do a particular brochure or informational piece, we'll translate it.
We have gotten requests, yes, for specific languages, and that's when we touch on those.
Thank you. Those were my questions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir. Another question from Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's a question for Doug and Maris. Are you aware of any jurisdictions that include cat spay and neutering as part of their stormwater management? And if not, do you think it might be within the realm of being appropriate to include in the stormwater management program?
I don't know of any in particular, sir, but I'm sure just under county health codes that, feral cats and whatnot, requiring people to spay and neuter their animals is probably on that realm. It's touchy, but it's probably appropriate. I have pets and, I'm always, it's sad to see those animals running wild with no home. And, they don't live as long or healthy, and then of course, potentially cause problems for the community. So probably not stormwater, but it's probably something animal services through the county of Monterey could probably help regulate better.
Thank you. And I happen to agree. I think the city also probably plays a role in addressing that issue. I guess because I probably won't have any further comments, I just want to emphasize 2 things that I've already said. And that is, one, I'm really worried about the water quality of some of our existing bodies of water. And I understand that those may not lead to what's considered waters of the US. But I look at a stormwater management program as being holistic. Yes, we live on complete sand, so most of our water doesn't leave the area. I think we get that, but that doesn't mean that I really enjoy seeing my neighbors, throw their barbecue ash down the storm drains or whatever it might be. So That's one comment. And I look forward to getting that study back that looked at the vernal pools and the water quality there. And I guess the second comment / question is, just this concept of moving towards this NONA permit. And I just have some concerns there. And I'm wondering, is that something the city council is going to have to approve, or once it goes through this public process, are we just kind of moving in that direction?
This is definitely an item we would take back to council.
Okay. All right. That's it for me. I appreciate your patience and listening to my, I guess, enthusiasm.
If I could respond to, I guess, your first point, Councilmember McCarthy. I mean, what they presented is, and what we've been talking about is the state's requirements and our reporting requirements and requirements under that state permit. If we are successful in getting the notice of non-applicability for these permits, that doesn't mean that the city has to relax our requirements. We can still keep our requirements as stringent as we want to through our ordinance. It's just that we don't do the reporting to the state. It's all local, and we can still enforce those local water quality standards.
And if I can just respond, and I appreciate what you're saying, but my concern is that it'll have the impact or the effect of less oversight and less enforcement and less process that these entities have to go through for this permit. And my question, what I'm trying to consider is, what's the long-term impact? Yes, the requirements are the same, but does one over the other result in less pollution? Period, whether it's to our waters or to our ground or whatever. And I'm likely to say at this point that if an entity is required to go through the process of the paperwork and submit that to the city, there's probably a little bit more of a chance the end result is going to be more favorable to the environment. Just an opinion. Obviously, I can't back that up with any facts, but that's kind of where I stand right now. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we go to Councilmember Fisher.
That was me. I think, yeah.
Councilmember Biala.
Okay, so I just want to go back again to the public education outreach about the dog waste. And I think that in terms of Council Member McCarthy's concerns about cats versus dogs, I think we would find that the dogs are the vast majority of the worries. Feral cats are out there, but I think compared to the number of dog owners, you probably can be a little bit more relaxed about your concerns. It's more dogs. But I'm looking at the whole issue here is public education and outreach. Even dog owners are constantly criticizing other dog owners for their laxity and in picking up after their dogs. So this is like a universal problem. And, it's not even something that education, I don't think is going to touch it, because everyone knows what their responsibilities are, whether it's related to stormwater management or just being kind to your neighbors and respectful. So I don't know that this is necessarily in that realm anymore. I think, this kind of serious objectives needs to be more focused on fines and enforcement. And I'm not one usually for that as a solution, but I see that this is such a universal problem and it doesn't go away. And so I think if we're really serious about this, if this is really a concern for storm management, then we have to say that there will be fines that are enforced. And then you would have some changes, I believe. But other than that, constant outreach, I don't really believe that that's going to put a dent in this.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala.
Did you?
Well, I'm wondering if our team there can speak to, under the enforcement mechanisms in our stormwater permit, could that be addressed? Fines for people that are caught causing pollution.
The process within our municipal code does allow compensatory action. It's usually for repeat offenders. The process in I forget, it's like chapter 1 follows a pretty standard protocol for any type of code enforcement issue, but it is captured in our municipal code section for stormwater.
Okay. either that or you have a continual volunteer pickup, which I know that the mayor maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago picked up with volunteers an extraordinary amount of dog waste from Lock Patton Park. It was like 120 or whatever. So, again, we can talk about sort of the lofty goal, but I think that we have a solution if we really are serious. If not, then the outreach is going to be kind of moot, in my opinion. So I would like to see that if we're serious about it, then we put some meat and some, what do you call it? Some oomph in it.
Yeah, we would actually have to catch them in the act of
Sure,
doing it. So
sure.
it's just a matter of what, how much presence is out there and if we want to actively pursue that.
Right. I understand that, but what's the alternative that we continue to do education?
Perhaps the outreach has that element. Dumpers will be fined, the threat of a fine might deter whether or not we have the enforcement ability. So I definitely support some action, whether it's punitive or to head it off. So is there anything we can add to what's before us to put a little more teeth on it? Or is this something to come back to us and take a look at and see if our codes are strong enough? Or maybe we can ask that some of the outreach include information about fines or actions that could be holding people accountable.
Yeah, I would say we can definitely add that to the outreach piece for the public.
I'd like to see that. So I guess I'll make the suggestion that punitive or fines be part of the messaging with some of the outreach.
Yeah.
And
Well,
does that speak to some of the concerns? And I definitely understand the dog element, but you're absolutely right, the cats. So some sort of language that speaks to pick up after your animal.
And it doesn't have to be every time that somebody is caught. The Pavlovian dogs. You can get intermittent reinforcement through or punishment through fines, and you just do it infrequently, but people get the message, and that's enough reinforcement to curb the negative behaviors.
Councilmember McCarthy, did you have any?
Sure, I'll just respond to your comment. I do think that there's room, and I think maybe it's a little bit of a separate issue, although related. I do think there's room to maybe look at our ordinance regarding animals as part of this. Maybe ask Save the Whales or the person that's an entity that's getting this contract, right? Is that
Correct.
yes, it's a contract with Save the Whales.
okay? It may be some possibilities that the city could take stronger. I mean, I know, for example, our language for pets in the park says all dogs must be on a leash, and then it says and cats. Since it's very unclear whether cats have to be on a leash or not, probably not, because cats don't do really well on a leash. But maybe we just take that out altogether, because I think it sends people the wrong message that, hey, your cat is welcome to hang out in the park. And my opinion, I take a slightly different stance than Councilmember Viala, that I think cat feces is very prevalent. We don't see it. I mean, we see people picking up dog feces. We generally don't see people picking up cat feces. And I do think it presents a risk to our bodies of water, especially when rain events occur. So I just think there's a lot of room for improvement in this. And yeah, that's my.
Would you like to build a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not really sure. Maybe I would ask for staff's opinion, but it sounds like you've heard some concerns and comments today. I know that this motion is to approve the agreement. I mean, do you think we're in a place to approve it as is and come back, or what would your recommendation be?
It is primarily, we're just receiving a report from them, which they're required to do, and then it's just approving the last agreement. What we're taking into account is a lot of the comments and so as we go back to Save the Wells, we'll talk about some of these different public outreach and things like that to address some of the issues that you've raised. It's a separate issue. If you really want to go in and look at our codes or things, that's something we'd have to add to our work program, which is already way over. And then we'd have to say, okay, what do you want to drop? But at this point, I think we've got enough feedback that we can talk with them about including those items in our public outreach. And really, we just need an acceptance of the report.
Will, we will work to accept this report, but will we see something before it's disseminated? Or will you report back to us what the plan will look like for the outreach and not that we want to micromanage, but
We haven't typically done that, but
Yeah.
Well-
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna say, yeah, definitely, we can get that out, maybe examples of what's going out to the public can be disseminated to the council. And obviously this can be reported out next year at our annual report as we renew the contract again.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I don't know that I'm personally looking to object to the staff recommendation of the staff report, but I just want to add to whoever asked the question about washing your car with soap and it's a perfect example of how much information is not out there, right? Like, I see a lot of people doing things that impact our water quality, and I honestly believe they just don't really know. I mean, they see their neighbor doing it, and so when it comes to outreach and education, I just think that there's a lot of room for improvement. Again, this is something I've been passionate about for a long time, so I appreciate staff listening to me continue that passion. But I do think there's a lot of room for improvement. I'm willing to vote to approve this recommendation tonight with the understanding that we've heard a lot of comments and concerns on the dais that probably need to come back to us or warrant some further discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala? Is that you?
Yeah, my sentiments are exactly that too, because this is for the next year for renewing the contract, which I'm fine to do, but I don't want to wait another year before we start talking about some of the enforcement issues or some of the outreach on washing cars and other toxic waste being put into our system. So I don't know how to incorporate. This is to approve their contract, but this is also suggestions that when we renew your contract, we also expect in this next year for you to take some of our suggestions and activate some kind of changes in your usual outreach or whatever, and suggest maybe some new actions that have not heretofore been expected or done.
Yes.
And I don't know how to incorporate that, but I'm afraid it's going to get lost.
well, you don't want that detail in the contract. So the contract covers it. But the point is, we've taken notes of your comments here. And as we work with them on the public outreach, we'll address those issues. And if you want us to bring those things back to you before we put them out there, we can certainly do that.
That could be part of the motion. Yeah. Okay. Does somebody want to make the motion? Go ahead, Councilmember Fisher.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I might need some help with that addition there, but okay, I make a motion to approve amendment number 7 to the agreement between the City of Marina and Save the Whales of Seaside, California, to provide professional services for the City of Marina Stormwater Permit Program, and authorize the Finance Director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries, and authorize the City Manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city, subject to final review and approval by the City Attorney, and for staff to come back to us with suggestions or a plan for better
So
outreach.
we will, as we work with Save the Whales on their public outreach, before we disseminate that, we'll bring that back to council for review and final comments and suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
I guess it hasn't been, I'll second, but I'd like to make a friendly amendment. that the water quality results of the vernal pond study either come back to us either in written format, or if staff would like to provide some interpretation when it comes back, that it just basically that it comes back to us somehow within the next couple months.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And you're referring specifically to the quality of water in the vernal ponds, yes? Because this is emanating out of the waste management
So
program, or no?
in the proposed budget, there's E.13. It says that since the city does not have any outfalls, note caveat regarding vernal pools, that it sounds like, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Water quality monitoring and sampling. It says this project is complete and is another step in meeting the RWQCB's needs towards transitioning the city to a WDR. And so this completed vernal pool water quality monitoring and sampling, whatever that was, I would like to see what that was.
If I could, we can't, so we were planning to bring that item back along with the overall plan. Once we, I think Doug mentioned a 3-step process. So as we get into that first step of, I believe it was the construction general permit, we're going to introduce that, the survey results along with the plan to get out of the permit. So that is going to be a comprehensive discussion. But if we want to talk about it previously, that's fine. Or if we want to talk it collectively, either way.
Well, I think, Adrian, what the council is interested in is if the study has been completed, we'll figure out a mechanism to get it back to the council outside of this, so you can see the results of the study, whether it's a report or reschedule for a future meeting. But we'll bring that back to the council or get that to you ahead of time.
And I just want to add some clarity, not that it's part of my motion, but I will never forget moving to Marina and having the realtor that was trying to sell me a home tell me that she was embarrassed to show me a house across the street from Loch Patton because of how polluted she felt it was. And that sticks in my mind. And I don't feel like the quality of that body of water has improved much since then. And so this is part of a bigger issue that I think we need to study that. And it's not part of the stormwater management program, but I think that bringing that back to us is a step into looking in the right direction if we're taking proper care of that body of water.
Thank you, council member. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and you, Brian McCarthy, Councilmember McCarthy seconded it. So let's go ahead and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, none opposed. Therefore, the motion passes 4-0. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Save the Whales, Maris and Mr. Dowden. We appreciate you being here, and Edri, it's very nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna move on to, I think it's our last item. Is that right? Hold on, I'm looking for I think I jumped the gun. Looking for my agenda. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, so now we're on item 13. C, this is a city manager. Lane Long is going to update us on this consolidated list project and other city projects. He'll give a little bit of background as to what is a consolidated list and what projects are in the works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. What I'm going to go over tonight is our consolidated list is about 140 some, or maybe 150 some items now. We've added another item from tonight. We are working on getting that detailed on a quarterly basis, and so we're hoping to have the detail to you in November or December, and we'll just get that back to the council separately. But tonight, I just wanted to give you an update on, I just took you the top 30 priorities from the list, and council went through a ranking prior to our budget, and so that's what I'm going to just run through, just to give you a quick update on those top 30. It doesn't mean that we aren't working on a whole lot of those other 150 projects, and you'll get that update when they give you the comprehensive. So I'm not going into a lot of detail, but it's just gonna give you a quick update, and if you have some questions, we can do that. So next slide. So the number one priority was implement our customer service request software, and it's really citywide. One is we currently have customer service software system that our public works department uses, but it doesn't have the capacity or capability to do the things that we want to do. We have a citizen serve system with our community development department that does all of our permits. And then we're looking at a system for our recreation department to get all the reservations, all facility rentals, did almost all that work 100% online. And actually, we had a contract ready to approve, but as we looked at it, one of the problems that we're finding is these programs don't interface with our core finance program, which is the New World program, and so like the recreation software program that we're just about ready to get, it doesn't interface with our New World program, and so it's like they do all the work, and then we got to manually input it back into the New World system, and so we got a lot more work that we're doing with that, and so we are looking at a system to replace our existing customer service system for public works complaints and service requests. So we are working on that, but it's just a lot more than just getting a software program. We really got to look at that compatibility. We have all these different systems that really don't talk to each other, and so it's going to take more work, but we are working on that. Number two is Joby Aviation, and we're spending a lot of good time making a lot of good progress on a lot of things with Joby that I can't really talk about publicly, but a lot of good things are happening. They have a Cal Competes grant with the state of California for $9 million, and they'll find out the results if they get that grant by November 6th. And if they do, they'll be doing a lot of other good things at our airport. So just a lot of good, positive things going on with that. The third is maintain staffing resources and meet our project service demands. And we've hired a ton of people. We're continuing to hire a ton of people and just continue to have vacancies. People retire, and so that is ongoing. And we try to give the council a monthly update. I think we of our positions, and I think we gave you the last update about a week ago. The fourth one is our downtown vitalization specific plan, and Mr. Chandler Rowland talked about this. This really was a project that started 20 years ago. They hired a consultant, $200,000 to do the downtown vitalization plan, and they developed the draft. But the next step is to do the environmental impact report, and that's another $300,000. And the city just didn't have that money at that time, so the plan just died at that point. So we've started up and going again, and we are just about there. Tomorrow night is a critical part as we look at our streetscape, and it started with the council project of improving our medians. And when you look at the medians, you really got to look at the whole streetscape. And you look at the whole streetscape, you're looking at the whole public right of way. And so we've been working on that really hard for the last 6 months, and you're finally going to start seeing some of those things at the public meeting, and that will be coming back to the council, I think, in December. And then we hopefully are looking at approving that specific plan by April of 2024. And so we're really happy that it's moving along. Number 5 goal was present plans for the maintenance of existing facilities, and we have 3 different goals that are kind of the same goal, and so we're working on that. But what we have to do is hire a consultant really to help us do that. And so That's ongoing. We don't have a consultant hired, but that is our next step, is to get a consultant on board to help us do that. Next is Preston Abrams Park Management Plan. We have a framework and a plan that we've talked with Graystar, and we'll be reaching out to the tenants in probably January of 2024, as we just do the final tweaks on that plan. The next is our groundwater and aquifer protection. We have multiple lawsuits going on. We're involved with the State Water Board. We're involved with the California Public Utilities Commission. We have our own GSA, and so we're working on probably 6 or 7 different fronts with that protection. The important thing, and we are spending a lot of money, but the important thing is this is our groundwater. We get 100% of all of our drinking water from our groundwater system. And if that groundwater system is contaminated and goes away, that is, then you lose a major resource, and that's why we're putting so much time and effort into protecting that. Next is our street maintenance program that's ongoing, and so we have on our website, if you go to Public Works, you can pull up the street maintenance program, and it has a lot more detail on the streets and what's going on. And so really the $11.5 million bond that we issued over the next 3 years, that will all be spent. And so we put the end goal of 2026, because that's really when that 11.5 million will be completed, and we'll get the bulk of the reconstruction and maintenance of our street system really caught up. Next one is, next slide, is our design plans for our Recreation Aquatic Center. And we have those design plans. We have them to the 30% level. Once we got them there, we got our new cost estimates in, and the cost are $40 million. And so in our budget, we've budgeted 20 million. And so we're just short on that. And so the next goal is the funding of that. And so we've talked with the council as we look at constructing new fire and police and civic center facilities. We're also looking at the differential of that, maybe, and put that in that ballot measure and take it to the public. And so that's kind of where that is. So we're not doing any more on the design, because we pretty much have the design in place. We just aren't moving forward to get 100% of the construction drawings done, because we don't want to do that until we really have the funding secured in place for that. Next is present Del Monte median landscape alternatives, and that is part of the public meeting tomorrow, and that will be coming to the council on December of this year for final approval on moving forward with our median plans. Present maintain lock pattern park. And so this is an important goal of the council. It kind of goes back to what you brought up with the last agenda item. And so we have management plans for those parks, but there's a couple different ones. Some of the things conflict in those plans. And so our next step is to hire a consultant that will look at those existing management plans. If there are things that we need to add or monitor or change to those plans, but the outcome will be plans to not only monitor the quality of the water in that pond, but also to specify how we're going to maintain that pond in the future. And so we can be sure that we budget the right amount of money. And so we don't have the problems that you've mentioned that we've had for the last decade plus with that pond. And so we're just working on getting a consultant hired for that. The fee schedule that's our work plan. We have not started that yet, but we'll be using the previous consultant that put our big plan together, and that's just a matter of getting that on finances program. But we expect, and I gave you completion dates on those, and so like with the Lock Pattern Park, we expect that we'll have a consultant on board and hopefully have that plan completed by June of 2024. The same thing with the fee schedule. We expect we'll have that completed June in 2024. And the impact fee schedule, again, we have to hire consultants for that in June 2024. Present options for the senior center, and this goes back to the $1 million funding that Senator Laird was able to, and probably others helped him in securing for us. And the recreation department did put a survey out to the seniors on ideas for locations, and this is really going to get tied back into our civic center, because one of the directions that as we talked with our consultant was we need to figure out location options for the civic center. And so we'll tie that into as we're looking at location options for the senior center. And we will be doing that. That's ongoing, and hopefully we'll have some firm things by June of 2024. That's our target date for that. The street service program, that's just ongoing. So there's nothing really to talk about that. Our lease documents, I think we have just about completed our review of all the documents. And so that one, I think we'll be able to pull off the list, and then it's working that into our staff program to keep those maintained appropriately. As number 18 gets tied back really with number 5. And we just need to get this consultant on board to help us put together those maintenance and management plans. 19 is the city's zoning ordinance, and like you saw tonight, we'll be bringing back just minor tweaks and changes and updates that we need. But along with the general plan, there'll be a major update of the zoning ordinance that'll be completed by mid part of 2026, and that kind of goes along with the general plan update. The general plan is on target. Our staff, actually, the consultant is ready for a check-in with the city council. We're just trying to figure a date to do that. We've had a lot of special meetings. We're having a hard time, and so we may we're targeting maybe, I think we talked about the second meeting in November. We'll just put on the regular council agenda, and we'll be able to give you an update. Is that kind of what we're thinking right now, Guido? For the general plan?
The general plan, we were going to push it off till the second meeting, November 21st. Yeah, we were going to have it on the 14th, but we'll push it to November 21st.
22 is facilities management program of existing owned structures. And again, we need to consult to help us with that. And I haven't started that yet, but the target date is really completion of that by the fiscal year 24-25. The Dunes City Park, we're going to be coming back to council with a final revision. Because council approved his design, it included the ball fields there, and it way exceeds our budget. So we've asked the consultants to come back. Our budget is $10 million. And so they're kind of redesigning the park within that budget. At the same time, council approved the existing budget, adding new soccer and baseball fields out at the Preston Park, and that's in that was approved in the budget. So we're going to come back. The target date is February 2024 with a revised final plan for Dune City Park that will show what we can do within that $10 million budget. The Del Monte Reservation Road intersection, we received a grant for that, and so we're excited about that, and that kind of also ties in with our Del Monte Reservation Road plans, and so we expect that we'll bring some plans back to council in mid or fall of 2024 on that. Martin Luther King, that is completed, so we will take that one off the list, and I'll tell anyone in the public, if you want a great place to go, you just go and sit on those park benches there, and you'll see the statue, but also just the beautiful trees, and it's a very peaceful and almost sacred type feeling as you go and sit there. And so it's a beautiful project. The police service study, we will start once the new police chief is on board. And so we figured completion of that will be in 2025. Present plans for stabilization of our useful city buildings. We're really down to just the Arts Village, and we're working with the Dunes on that. And all the other buildings are really going to be torn down. We have the duplexes on Hayes Circle that we need to come back with council for some final direction on really what to do with those, either to rehab them ourselves and put them into our housing rental program, or tear them down, or whatever. And so we're going to put that on a future agenda and just get some final direction from council. But other than that, there's really no other buildings to be stabilized, and they'll, as we get grant funds and budget funds, the rest will come down. And we're excited that the Dunes is working with us on the Arts Village, and so we're excited for a path to move forward to stabilizing that structure. The next is Lock Padden Park, and this is really putting together our master plan for that park, because we have a lot of different things going on. And so we're working with the regional park district right now, and Raphael, their general manager, is developing some concept plans for that, for the different uses, because we have the community gardens, some of these native gardens, the Asian gardens, and we're potentially looking at that for Civic Center site, and the improvements to the vernal pond down there. And so we're working with that, and hopefully that early part of 2024 that we'll come back with some concept plans for Lock Padden Park. The Dunes Phase 2 Promenade, that date is wrong. That will be completed. Those permits will be issued in November next month. And so that is almost, that's the promenade is moving. And then the Cypress Knolls is the last one. And we know that it's going to be a several-year project developing our master plan for that. We have our attorney, Karen Tiedemann, working with us on the Surplus Lands Act and how we're going to address surplus lands with that. But we're also moving forward with an RFP that we're going to send out to get a developer or a master planner to help us develop that master plan. And so that RFP, I think, is getting pretty close to where we're ready to issue that. And that's the quick update on the top 30 projects there.
Thank you. Do we know how many projects have been knocked off the list? Because it seems like we're making progress.
I don't know, Matt.
Right.
This year,
That were completed. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. It would have been nice to see that row or that column, just because I know you have all been working so diligently. You just a background for some of you that weren't here when some of us joined council in 2020. There was 180, was it 180? Priorities. Right. So with the help of council member Biala, came up with a very strategic ranking, and we whittled it down and we whittled it down. And now whenever we tried not to overwhelm you, but when things do come forward, now we do have a process so that we keep this list in mind. So if you came from other cities, I'm not sure how they did it, but we're a small city, and we are working very hard to assist you and give you all the tools that you need to do your job. And that was my other question, was to what extent have the new hires? I know that we We rely a lot on consultants. I look at the registry and I see how much we spend in consultants is just mind-boggling, but it's necessary. So have the new hires that we've made, you know, those of you that are joining us, we really appreciate that you're here with us. Have they made a difference? And if so, how is that qualified, or how is that tracked, if anything, in any way?
Like our HR director has made a night and day difference. So when we're looking at these recruitments and them moving forward, that is directly because of Belinda. And she's doing a lot of other internal stuff of getting pre-op programs and things moving forward. And so that's been a great hire and improvement. Some of the police officer positions, it's not making a difference. It's just filling bodies that we need on the streets. And the same thing, the fire and most of our other positions are just replacing the code enforcement that Guido had mentioned about. That is an additional position. And when that gets hired, you'll start to see more proactive code enforcement throughout the city. And so you won't quite see that yet. The maintenance supervisor is a superintendent. We're yeah, let's go. And they got interviews really soon. So Thursday. And once we get that position filled, you'll see a noticeable difference in a lot of our public works stuff. And until we get that, we just won't get the level of service that I know that the council wants. And the same thing with our civil engineer. We're having to go out again on that position. We just weren't able to get that hired. And that position, a huge responsibility, will be managing all our capital improvement program. And so we just can't move the projects along as quickly as you want us to until we get that position hired. But Linda's working very hard on that. She may even have an update on that.
Yes. Human resource maven Belinda Varela. Is that right? Is that how you pronounce your last name? Varela.
There we go. I just wanted to add to what Lane was saying and let the council know we're working on some internal process improvements as well, working on training. I know there's a lot of things. We're trying to fill positions as fast as we can, but also thinking about training in the future for customer service, for efficiencies, creating process improvements and updating technologies. So those are some of the other things that we're looking at. It's not just about the bodies there, but also a lot of the processes.
We're so glad you're here with us.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here as well.
Any other questions? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just two quick comments. One, first of all, thank you very much, Lane, for this. I actually found this to be very helpful, and I'll try not to ask too much and so that I can encourage you to come back and do this again at some point with updates. But I did want to share that same MBAG population growth forecast that said population is going to grow very slowly, but housing and jobs are going to grow much quicker. Also said that the biggest change will be a shift towards an older demographic. So as we look for the senior center, I think it's just all the more reason why we should emphasize building that. And then the last question is the Parks District money. I saw you saw that we were going to look for a matching grant. I know I had successfully advocated for and I don't even remember how much it was, but a certain dollar amount to be transferred to the city. Do you know if we've received that?
I don't think we have.
Okay.
But we're going to continue to work on that.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Just one comment on the Hayes land swap. I'm sorry, the Hayes Circle. Is that some prime property for perhaps development by maybe some nonprofit partners?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, yes.
Good. I like it when we work with nonprofits. Any other questions from anyone else? No? Oh, yes, Councilmember Biala.
Just real quick, I really like this format of showing the top 30 because it really shows all the hard work our staff is engaged in, and I just think it's great. So the public can see this and say, wow, this is their priorities. And a rank ordered by the city council. And these are all the things that you guys are working on. I love this, really. It's so different than handing someone a budget. And this says something different to the public. So thank you, Lane, and thank you, staff.
And Councilmember McCarthy kind of alluded to this. We'll be coming back to you regularly on this. So we'll do that.
Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just would like to add my thanks. I don't want anybody to think that I'm not thankful for this list because it's really good. And I know you'll be very busy. I think June 2024 will be a month that will be packed. So thank you all for working so hard. Thank you.
Did we say thank you enough? I hope, take it back to your departments, please, that we're extremely grateful for everything you do. You dedicate your lives to making our city better, and our residents and us, those up here, completely appreciate it all. With that, no more questions. Oh, wait, your light's on. Okay, the next one was
Mayor,
the Mayor's Association. Yes, yes.
technically an action item. Should we make a motion to receive the report or not necessary? Okay,
As a city manager update.
thank you.
Sure thing. Okay, almost there. So the next one is staff and council informational reports. The Mayor's Association. Sorry, I'm just the mayor for a couple hours, so I can't tell you what we did. I'm not invited to that meeting. And then the second one's council reports on meetings and conferences attended. We did hit that one already, but I did think we overlooked something important, and that would have been the recreation announcements. No. Well, I have the page up so I can say what's going on.
Sure. Andrea is on vacation, so that's probably, but yeah, that'd be great.
So I really urge you all to go to our recreational services page. I've seen Carolina hard at work. She figured out how to add video. I will, full disclosure, I showed her how. So she's got this really cool graphic that she's very proud of. This is a teen Halloween safe haven night, October 31st from 6:30 to 9:30 at the teen center. Everything from rock climbing walls, bungee jumps, tug and dunk, DJ and food. And I personally saw our rec team yesterday at Costco. Yesterday, gosh, my days are running together, buying $840 worth of, I'm looking at the finance person there, $840 worth of candy, and they are fearful it's not enough. So recreation is working so hard. There's an open gym that's happening, Los Arboles, September. Sorry? Hold on. There's senior center ping pong, October 20th and 27th at the community center. There is an indoor hockey league for youth from ages kindergarten to 5th. All games will be played at the Rocky Horn Community Center. Register and pay at the rec office. That's October 24th to the December 27th or December 7th. And then we have a survey needing to hear from you, seeking information from parents and caregivers of youth and teen about programming for Thanksgiving and winter breaks. And once again, Carolina is loving the QR code. So there's a QR code, and just go on and give us your opinion. And then there's a pumpkin patch event at the Equestrian Center, October 14th, 15th, and 16th. I'm sorry, 14, 15, 21, and 22 from 11 to 2. Oh man, there's a lot going on in recreation. So just go to the webpage or follow on social. I know that our staff is working very hard to make sure we take care of our youth and our seniors and provide opportunities. And I've got a comment from Councilmember Vischer.
One addition. So yeah, the Marina Equestrian Center, this coming Saturday and Sunday pumpkin patch from 11 to 2. And then on Saturday, October 28th, they have their Fall Harvest Festival, which will be a big event, all free for the public. So the Marina Equestrian Center. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do have one plug. The council and the community has been working really hard on the downtown plan for well over 25 years. We are having a informational update with the council November 7th. To make it a very meaty conversation, I did have hard copies of the downtown plan printed off for all of the planning commissioners and city council members. It is at the CDD office. We're really hoping you guys could come pick it up, really dig into it. So when we meet November 7th, we can have a very hearty discussion. And I'm hoping I'm the closer for this project and close it out and get it done. But I need the council to come pick up the hard copy.
Good, just put them up in their boxes up here.
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Before we adjourn, I just want to give a personal thank you to Laura for sticking with us here, and Russo, Chief Russo, and Brian McMinn, and Belinda, and Shep, and Guido. Ellison was here, and Matt, our city manager, assistant city manager, and our city manager Lane, and of course our fire chief. I just really want to show great gratitude for everything you do. Tried to get us out here a little early, but it's okay. So with that, and Heidi Quinn, my goodness, thank you. Thank you for keeping us straight. So with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting and